station Luca on 1, step 70 and 71 are complete.
Okay, copy. We'll put step 72 in work. For the EV crew, you guys are going to be hot mic'd on Space to Ground 1 as we put that in work. And for you, Luca, Huntsville is looking for you to start your experiment. And that'll be on Space to Ground 4.
Copy all, Josh. And Josh, I'm with you on Space to Ground 1. EV crew copies the comm config change. They will be hot mic from here forward. An airlock on 1. Do I understand you all are putting step 72 in work?
Yes, Christina, we're putting step 72 in work. We'll let you know when it's complete.
Copy all.
The hatch was confirmed closed at 6:48 a.m. Central Time. Now that the hatch is closed, they'll ready the crew lock for lock depress.
And Airlock Houston, step 72 complete. You're go in step 73, and we can hear the EV crew members just fine.
Copy that.
Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, guys.
And Drew, for you on the UIA, check that the depress pump power switch is off, OFF.
Depress pump power switch is off, OFF.
Check the depress pump enable LED is on, ON.
Enable light is on, ON.
Copy.
And you're going step 76.
Looking for your go in step 76.
You guys are going 76.
See that. Moving over to the crew lock, depress, repress cue card. And crew lock depress. Drew, action, switch the depress pump power to on, ON.
Depress pump power switch is on, ON.
Copy, we're waiting 10 seconds. Drew, you can take the depress pump man ISO valve open. Expect alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve open.
Copy. For both EV crew members, monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5. If you see it higher than 5.5, please verbalize that, and Drew, you'll be stopping the depress in that case.
1 copy. 2 copies.
Copy. And Drew will take reports of PSIs on the half PSI.
Copy. That's airlock pressure passing 13.5.
And the depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest is officially underway.
13.0.
Copy 13.
Decimal 5.
Again, the depressurization of the crew lock will take it from its current 14.7 pounds per square inch all the way down to vacuum.
.0.
Copy 12.
The depressurization of the crew lock section of Quest will be done in a two-stage fashion. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure. They'll pause to do a system check, then they'll resume depressurization all the way down to 0. Once it reaches vacuum, the two spacewalkers Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan will conduct suit checks, communications checks with Mission Control here in Houston, before they place their suits on internal battery power to mark the official start time for today's spacewalk. Now down from 14.7 pounds to 11. And that's pounds per square inch of pressure.
.5. 10.5.
And they have reached the suit check at 5 pounds per square inch.
Speed 10 psi.
And just more remember to drink a little bit out of your drink bag so it doesn't spit at you.
Copy 9 psi.
The crew lock is now down to 9 psi, which is pounds per square inch. Again, once the crew lock reaches 5 pounds per square inch, they'll pause to do system checks, then they'll resume the depressurization all the way down to vacuum.
We had checked the configuration of the cable against the aft side of the airlock, and it was good. I do see that the wire tie caddy that was on the large stall is not behind that bungee, just for your information. It's not going to be a problem.
Okay, copy.
Copy 8 psi. And for both EV crew, FYI, when the crew lock gets to 6.0 psi, you can expect an alert tone.
1 copy. 2 copies. .5.
Getting a view now of the International Docking Adapter 3 at its surface-to-surface contact with Pressurized Mating Adapter 3, as Andrew Morgan and Nick Hague are in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock, as it is going through depressurization right now.
Point oh.
B7.0 PSI.
Now down to 7 pounds per square inch of pressure.
6.5.
Copy 6.5. And Drew, for your information, big picture, when we get to 5.0 PSI, at that point, you'll be taking the depress pump man ISO valve closed, and we'll be doing a leak check. I'll let you know when that needs to happen.
Copy that.
Christina Cook informing the crew they'll stop at 5 pounds per square inch to do some leak checks on the suits. After everything checks out, they'll resume depressurization all the way down to 0. Now below 6 pounds per square inch.
Point oh.
Copy.
That's 5.5.
Copy 5.5.
And the crew is approaching 5 psi.
Drew, we're showing 5.0 PSI at this time. Action, depress pump man ISO valve closed. EV, expect alert tone.
Depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Copy. For both of you, switch your status until you see leak check question mark displayed, and then give it a long yes and follow displayed instructions.
One copy. 2 copies.
Again, the crew has paused at 5 pounds per square inch to do a leak check of their suits. They'll resume the depressurization here momentarily.
And if you all could report your times remaining on your DCM.
Copy. 1, 25 seconds.
Copy.
2, 25 seconds.
Copy.
Seconds remaining for 2. B2 leak check complete.
Copy.
Setting to EVA.
Copy, you're going to EVA.
And the crew on the ground is reporting 2 good leak checks. We're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but should be regaining communications here shortly.
An EVA.
What?
Choose an EVA.
Copy 2. Drew, action. Depress pump and ISO valve open.
Copy. Press pump van ISO valve open.
Copy, and I'm taking the emergency MPES to open.
And depress has been resumed.
Emergency MPES open. Both of you, monitor your suit pressure gauge. Stays below 5.5. And let us know if you see it above 5.5, and we would stop the depress.
1 copy. 2 copies.
And we will continue in this configuration until we are at 2 PSI.
Copy. Passing 4.5.
Copy, 4.5.
Point 0. Point 5.
Copy, 3.5.
You trying to move to? Nowhere, just switching hands. Okay. You can get by without hanging on to anything. 3.0. Stays the same.
Copy, 3.0.
The crew lock is now down to less than 3 pounds per square inch of pressure.
Point 5.
Copy, 2.5.
Point 1.
Copy 2.1. Copy 2.0. You can take the depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Yes, depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Copy. Action switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Depress pump power off, OFF.
Copy. At this point, we will have you all report your initial tether configuration for egress, and Houston is listening.
Okay, Samora, it's getting a good position. For us, this is going to take a while for us to depress all the way down. Copy, let's see here. Okay, so I can see from the airlock D-ring extender up to you, and I've got your entire safety pack in view. So I'm going to start working up that chain. How does that sound? Yep, that sounds good. Okay, so from the airlock D-ring extender, I've got your right waist tether, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Small hook goes to your right D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. I've got the red hook. Red hook, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Your red reel is unlocked. Green hook is on the red reel. It is unlocked. Yellow hook is on the green reel. Gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Let's see, your green reel anchor hook, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Connected to my right waist tether. That large hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That comes back to my right D-ring extender. Small hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. I agree with all. I was able to put eyes on it. We call both all reels unlocked. Both reels are unlocked. I think I missed the green one, and it is unlocked. I can see both unlocked. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go over my safety tether pack. So, my red hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. My right D-ring extender. Red reel is an unlock. Green hook is unlocked to the red reel. Yellow hook is locked, gate closed, slider lock, black on black to the green reel. The green reel is an unlock, and the anchor hook is, the green reel is unlocked and on my mini workstation. I show us in a good config. I agree.
And we copied all.
And Station Houston for EVA, good morning, guys. This is your ground IV for comm check.
Hey, good morning, Mike. Nick, how you doing?
Morning. Great to hear your voice. I'm just reporting that we did copy your tether config. It sounds great, and I will await the handover from Christina.
Okay, awesome. Talk to you soon. And Mike, the comm check from Drew. Good morning.
Loud and clear. Docs rock.
All right, I got you loud and clear as well, and I agree. I've had some medical training.
Every little bit counts.
And you just heard from the ground IV or ground intervehicular communicator, which was Mike Barrett. You'll hear his voice from here on out, and he'll be running through procedures with Hague and Morgan for the duration of this spacewalk today.
And for the EV crew, looks like we are continuing our depress. I'm showing us right around 1.5 at this point, and we'll be looking for the confirmation from Nick when we get there that the EV hatch is showing a delta P of 0.5 or less.
Copy all, Nana. I'm showing us a touch over 1.
Copy. And it looks like you guys will be heading out in a daylight pass.
All right, copy that.
You just heard Christina Cook reference the crew stepping out during a daylight pass. Because the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times per day, there are points throughout the spacewalk when the astronauts are in direct light of the sun and other times when they're working in complete darkness. The cooling and thermal units inside their suits help regulate their temperatures as environment fluctuates from one extreme to the other.
1.0. See 1 on E-gauge.
Be both, and we're showing the same out here.
The airlock is down to less than 1 psi.
Smart, so you know position-wise, if your feet are going to be okay where they're at. Just above your heels is that the cable reel on the sidewall. Copy. My head's up against the hatch, so I could turn to the side a little bit if I got to get out of the way. Yeah, I think the thing that I'm going to need to come your way just a touch. Say again? I'm going to need to come your way just a touch to get the hatch open. Toward me? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Maybe a foot or so, so we may have to stand that bag up on end so I get clearance. Showing 0.8 on the gauge for everybody.
Copy, 0.8.
I think if I keep my feet low, that's plenty of room. I can do it from there. Okay, I have a hand on it. Okay. A few more minutes, so don't strain yourself. Know where we need to get when we want to open it.
Getting a few views now of the International Docking Adapter 3 in its surface-to-surface contact. You can see on the bottom left of your screen, the IDA-3 is that white module at the bottom. Another view outside the International Space Station now, with a view of the International Docking Adapter 3 that is seated against the pressurized Mating Adapter 3, a former docking port for space shuttles during the shuttle era. The IDA is still in the grasp of the Special Purpose Dexterous Manipulator, or Dexter, which is an extension to the Canadarm2 robotic arm. The IDA having been extracted from the trunk of Dragon 2 days ago and maneuvered into its pre-installed position where you see it now. Earlier this morning, robotics ground controllers here in Mission Control Houston pushed the IDA into a seated position, making surface-to-surface contact with PMA-3.
About 0.6 on the gauge. Copy.
On the bottom left of your screen, we have a view of Spacewalk Officer for today's spacewalk, Alex Kanellakos. Once Hague and Morgan make their way to the pressurized mating adapter 3 at the bottom of your screen now to begin the installation of the International Docking Adapter 3 to PMA-3, they will begin attaching cables between IDA-3 and PMA-3, which will provide power and data connections. Once those cables have been routed, Christina Cook, working from a control panel inside the Harmony module, will send commands to close the hooks that will form a hard mate between IDA and PMA. Once the first gang of hooks are closed, the crew will then begin routing additional cables, which will activate the zenith portion of IDA, making IDA-3 accessible to future visiting vehicles. Approaching 0.5 psi.
Touch under 0.6. Almost there. Copy.
Ground controllers here in Mission Control Houston reporting they are ready for hatch open.
Nick, we are showing out here that we are within the range of 0.5. If you concur from the gauge on the hatch, you have a go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Okay, copy. Not the most precise gauge. Looks like 0.5.
Copy.
The crew lock section of Quest just about down to vacuum now. And as you can see in the middle of your screen, the thermal cover has been opened.
I can confirm it's daytime outside. I think we're safer to safer. Rotate a little bit to your side just to... Yep. Better? If you can try to put your safer to the wall. The wall, right? Yeah.
And just a little bit more, Drew, and you guys will be deconflicted. Two more inches.
Yeah, get the hatch is latched open. Thermal cover is open.
And Nick, do I copy that the EV hatch is stowed?
It is in the stowed config.
Copy. I'm taking the emergency MPEV closed. Emergency MPEV is closed. And with that, gentlemen, I will hand you over to Mike. Have a great time outside.
Thanks, Nana. Appreciate all your work this morning getting us out the hatch. That's same to Luca. Awesome job.
It was our privilege. We'll see you guys in a few hours.
And Station Houston for EVA, again, thanks Nana and Luca for getting the boys ready to go out. And if you guys are ready, we'll start down the post-depress checklist, starting with EV1. Stagger the switch throws 3, please. Take power to bat and expect a warning tone.
EV1's in bat. In bat.
Copy for EV1 and 2, and check your display switches are functional.
Good on 1. Good on 2.
Okay, for EV2, Drew, you can take the power switch for EV1 and 2, 2 of those switches to off, and verify 4 LEDs out.
Copy that. E1, power off. E2, power off.
All right, if you can verify 4 LEDs are out on the UIA.
All 4 LEDs are out.
Very good. And for both of you, you can disconnect your SCUs from the DCMs, install the DCM cover, and stow the SCUs in their pouches.
Copies. And work.
and Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan's suits are now on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk at 7:27 a.m. Central Time as the International Space Station flew 264 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean. Spacecraft communicator Mike Barrett going through the final steps with Hague and Morgan before they make their way outside the Quest airlock. Hague will be the first out, followed a few minutes later by Morgan.
Mike, SCU is disconnected, stowed in its pouch, DCM covers in place.
Okay, we copy that for EV1.
My SCU is also, and for EV2, my SCU is also removed, installed in the cover, and the DCM cover is in place.
Okay, we copy for both. For Drew, if you could verify the depress pump manual ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Okay, we copy for EV1 and 2. Take your temp control valve to max hot.
Work. One's in max hot, two's in max hot.
Copy for both, and for both check, DCM is blank and bite is off.
Blank, bite off. Two blank. DCM's blank, bite is off.
Okay, copy for that, and for both 1 and 2, switch water to on.
On, water on. 2, water on.
And again, if you could check your DCM is blank and bite off after that switch throw.
1 blank, bite off. 2 blank, bite off.
Copy for both, and for both, take temp control valve to your desired position.
1 copies inward. I think I'm going to stop right around 4. Okay. I'm putting in 6 for now. Copy. We'll be translating out and into a warm spot.
Okay, we copy temp controls for both, and for both, we'll take a suit gauge pressure.
1, 4.2. And for EV2, 4.2.
Okay, we copy. You are coming into a daylight pass, just about to cross over the Mediterranean.
Copy. Copy, EV2 visors down.
Okay, with all that, then you guys are go for egress. We see the hatch and thermal cover are open, and for Nick, you go to attach EV1 safety tether, yours to the aft airlock tether point.
Inward. We're going to come back to you to get my head down a little bit, okay? Which direction you will be better? We're the safer to safer thing, so if you can raise your head back a little bit, and that'll shorten you lengthwise, and it'll pull you to the port. Go. Better? Yeah, I think I can make that work. Okay, can you cheat any further to the port? Your feet are in the hatch. That'll work.
And we're getting our first view now of Nick Hague moving just outside the hatchway of the Quest airlock.
And Mike, I have my anchor tug. Look, gate closed, slider lock black on black to the airlock aft D-ring.
Okay, we copy that, and you can relocate Drew's safety tether anchor to the forward airlock tether point. And Drew, while he's doing that, if you want to get the large ORU bag kind of ready to go to pass out.
Copy that.
And just a reminder, Drew, that the large small ret stays with that ORU bag.
Roger that.
Again, getting our first view now of Nick Hague moving just outside the hatchway of the Quest airlock. You'll hear Capcom Mike Barrett referring to the spacewalkers today as EV1 and EV2. Hague is EV1 today, or extravehicular crew member number 1, bearing the red stripes.
Gate closed, slider lock black on the forward airlock D-ring.
And Andrew Morgan, who is still inside the Quest airlock, will be EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes.
All right, we copy Nick. With that, we can give EV2 a go to release his waist tether from the internal airlock D-ring.
Copy that, Mike.
And Nick, next for you would be to stow the NZGL insulator sleeve on the WIFX handrail. That's WIF 11 there on the equipment lot.
Good work, Mike. Okay, Mike, I've got the large ORU bag positioned over the hatch, and my right waist tether has now removed from the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, we copy that, Drew, and you can check that your reels are still unlocked for us.
Copy that. I see that the red reel is an unlock, and the green rail is also an unlock.
All right, we copy for both, and for Nick, next step for you will be to receive that large ORU bag and get onto your BRT.
Understand, Mike. MLI cover is stowed on the WIF extender and WIF 11.
We copy. Well done.
As the ground IV Mike Barrett just mentioned, Nick Hague will now receive a bag of equipment from Andrew Morgan, who is still inside the crew lock of Quest. Morgan will be joining Hague outside the hatchway just moments from now.
Yeah, see, putting down a local. My BRT out. Okay, I've got a red on it. You're good for the release of the large hook. Okay, so you got a red on it, and the large small from the airlock is coming out to you. There it is. Okay. Okay. Hey. Stand by. I'm going to get out of your way so that you can get out here. Copy. Okay, I'm ready for you to come out. Big copy.
Nick has received the bag from Andrew Morgan and is ready for him to go ahead and step outside the airlock now. Once Morgan has joined Hague outside, they will take inventory of all of their equipment before they make their way over to retrieve a pair of ingress aids and portable foot restraints that they will fix to PMA-3 at their respective work sites to begin the process of hooking up connectors and tethers between the International Docking Adapter 3 and PMA-3, which will serve as the precursor for a gang of hooks to be driven to form a hard mate between the IDA-3 and PMA-3.
Your safety tether out of the way of the thermal cover, and they're closed up. Okay, got my local down. Thermal cover is closed, Mike.
Okay, we copy. Thermal cover closed, and whenever you two are in a good position, you can start the buddy checks.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start with you. Close to me. I'm going to confirm that the safer handle's down. Okay, and I can see, I already had a look at yours as well. Okay. Your handle closed was a little bit up. It's now in a good position. Bring your left hip toward me because yours is up. Maybe we want it to be in down position. Yeah. And it is now completely down. Okay. All right, so I'll let you start from the top on me. Sounds good. Hey, I see WVS is on, good green light. Your helmet lights are off at this time. We've got 1, 2, and for a third, I see 3 tabs up. 2 good safer handles. Safety tether is in a good config back to here. Your HAP. HAP is dry. Okay.
Nick Hague on the left as EV1 and Andrew Morgan on the right as EV2 as they are checking each other's tethers before they make the move over to their work site on PMA-3.
And see what safer handles are down. Let's put one more hand on the left safer handle again because the ORU bag I think is what's bumping it. Okay, and I can reposition that so it's a little bit further up and away. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Okay. Bring it back over because it made one small tap on it. Okay. There you go.
Ему без замечаний.
Okay, that safer handle's down, and then your tabs, I can see all 3 tabs are up. So over to you for HAP and gloves. Okay, I've got a good HAP. It's dry. Gloves. That's what I saw inside when I checked them. Good baseline. Like I show us buddy checks complete. Let me just have a look at your tether too there. I see them both are locked and you have nice everything looks good and deconflicted. Okay.
Okay, we copy good buddy checks and good glove and HAP checks. And we'll have you guys just take a break now. We're going to read the cautions to you. I'll remind you of certain things as you get a bit closer to the work site, but just some things to avoid contact with. First, the PMA-3 and IDA reflectors, the Z93 paint on the zenith side of the peripheral docking target, the PMA-3 CBM pedals, the grapple fixture target pin and grapple shaft, the exposed bolts of the PMA umbilical launch restraint, the lab UHF and ETPCG and the Node 2 WETA, and forward external wireless cameras. You can translate on the base of the EWC boom in the lower half of the handrails if you need to. In general, I'll remind you this as well, avoid imparting any loads into the zenith direction into the IDA until the hooks are engaged. And about 10 seconds to handover.
Mike. Copy. Can we copy everything up to this point?
And EV1,
copy as well, Mike.
EV1, if we get you your go to translate to ESP2.
In work.
Back here in Mission Control Houston, control teams are under the direction of Lead Flight Director Scott Stover.
And, for EV2, first of all, Drew, welcome outside. This will be an exciting EVA for your first one. And your go to perform some...
Scott Stover on the bottom right-hand side of your screen in the black jacket.
Degree of freedom that you'd like.
Copy that, Mike.
And the ground IV or intravehicular communicator, who you'll hear back and forth between communications with the crew outside the station, is Mike Barrett. Again, you'll hear his voice as crews go through procedures today during the 218th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance. And another notable flight controller here in Mission Control Houston today is the lead spacewalk officer for today's spacewalk, Alex Kanellakos.
I'm at the APFR with 5, going for the ingress aid.
Okay, great. And we do have a good view of you.
Hey, Mike, I'm still under the airlock toolboxes here, and on my right index finger glove, the first panel of RTV is the flap, and I can clearly see RTV underneath.
Okay.
It's the panel not at the pad of the finger, but the second panel in from the tip on the right index.
And we're getting our first view now from a helmet camera, that of EV1 Nick Hague. He's wearing helmet camera number 11 today, and that's the view we're seeing right now.
Yep, roger that. And with that, Mike, I think I'm ready to start the translation out.
Okay, we copy then. Your go to translate up the sea to spur, and you're headed to the starboard sea to cart, and we'll call your WIF 5 for the APFR once you get there. Just a reminder, do not fair lead your tether as you translate.
Copy. It'll be a straight shot, no fair lead.
Good words.
And Mike, I've got a red on the ingress aid. Ingress aid is stood behind my mini workstation.
Okay, we copy that. Great work, Nick. And you go to translate to the PMA-3 to install that ingress aid. You'll go along the lab starboard side gap spanners, and you'll be looking for the Node 2 circumferential handrail for dropping your fair lead.
Another view from helmet camera number 11, which you can see faint at the bottom right side of your screen. Again, helmet camera number 11 is that of EV1 Nick Hague, bearing the red stripes today.
Checked at our buddy check. It was intact. So it was somewhere there, just right there while I was on the handrail.
Okay, we copy that. With your description, I think we're still good to continue, but again, we'll keep a close eye on.
Yep, roger. Right below you, Drew. All right, looking back, and Heather's stringing out nicely. See yours as well. Copy. Top of the Cedar Spur.
Okay, we copy, Drew.
Mike, I'm at the forward end of the lab. Listen over to note 2.
All right, we copy, and you'll be looking for handrail 375, and that's a little bit nadir of your path, and that'll be your fair lead handrail.
And tally ho. Herbert Cedar Cart, BB2.
Okay, we copy, and you'll be looking for the APFR and WIF 5. And just a reminder, Drew, your first action is going to be to get a wire tie around the ingress aid locking collar.
Copy that. Mike, adjustable fairly down on 0375.
Okay, we see that. With that, you can translate up to PMA 3, and again, watch out for the CBM pedals as you're heading up there.
Copy all.
Moments ago, you heard Spacewalk communicator Mike Barrett use the acronym APFR, which stands for the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint that the crew will be using today to restrain their feet at their respective work sites.
It's going to be that APFR to install the ingress aid into the APFR and WIF 4 up there.
Copy. I've got a four-man spare lead around that grapple pin. Along the translation path.
Okay, we see it. We like it.
And I'm passing the cable bundle, Drew, for W2288, the first one you go after. Yeah, and, yeah, it's still in good condition. All the labeling is faded off of the EVA tape, so it's not legible. But there is still some Sharpie marks on the cable itself that you can read, but it's bundled up nicely. Copy.
Okay, we copy that, and that's expected. And for 2, Drew, we see you retrieving the wire tie. Just to note that we'll want a really good tight wind once around there below the locking collar with 3 half twists and as tight a wind and no slack in the wire tie as you can.
Roger that. I'm at the APFR mic.
Copy, Nick.
Mike, this was a short off of my BRT.
Okay, we copy.
The wire tie is in place.
Okay, the wire tie looks good. That ain't going nowhere. So you're going to retrieve the APFR from the seat of cart and stow on your BRT.
Copy. Mike, I've got the ingress aid installed into the APFR, black on black to full test.
All right, we copy that and we see it. And with that, Nick, you can translate to the PMA3 forward starboard side to temp stow the large ORU bag.
Okay.
And you'll be looking for handrail 1600. That'll be the bottom part of the bag, and there'll be 2 vertical handrails above it, 1616, 1617, to attach the lid straps to. And we can remind you of those once you get there if you need that.
Okay. Good. Will do.
On the left side of your screen right now is Andrew Morgan, or EV2, who is retrieving his foot restraint and ingress aid. He will then join EV1, Nick Hague, on the forward part of the vehicle to set up his foot restraint on PMA3.
On Sunset. I have the APFR on my BRT.
Okay, we see that when you get in a good config to translate, a reminder that as you get clear of the CETA cart, we'll want a couple of good taps on the CETA cart brake.
Copy that. More for this translation path. You come around on the starboard side of PMA3. The thing that surprised me is just how far out the grapple pin protrudes out from PMA3. Otherwise, it's not too difficult just to go in between Columbus and Node 2. Okay.
Okay, we copy that. Those are good words. And just a reminder, as you set up your office there with the large ORU bag, be sure and leave with 5 clear.
Okay, Mike. Got the large ORU down. Large hook that we pulled from the airlock is now on handrail 1600.
And we copy.
Good, 2 good pushes on the hard brake.
All right, we copy that. And with that, Drew, you can translate down to PMA3. You'll be dropping a green hook on a Node 2 handrail. That'll be 331. We'll let you know that again when you get there. And just watch out for the WETA as you translate past it.
Copy that.
And for both, about a minute and a half to sunset.
Copy all, Mike.
Andrew Morgan, now in the center of your screen, you can see floating above him is the APFR, which is the acronym that you'll hear frequently today, which is the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. And
Drew, as you're heading down towards the lab, just verify your tether from the airlock is not caught on the lab struts and gives you a good straight path from the airlock to your green hook location.
those APFRs will be hooked up to an interface point on the Harmony module at the worksite, where they will plant their feet for stability while they are conducting their procedures today.
My yard sails deployed, and the 5 is clear.
All right, we see that. Great work. And your next step is to drop down and drop your green hook on PMA2. Again, we'd like you to translate zenith of the Node 2 EWC boom. There's a cable there. It's Whiskey 2250. It's coiled near the boom, and we'll want to be sure that that's inside of your tether as you translate down there. We'll be retrieving that cable eventually.
Right, understand. That's a good call because the pedals have snagged onto my tether and pulled them in tight to PMA. So I'll fix that.
As you can see now, the space station is flying through an orbital nighttime. Because the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times per day, there are points throughout the spacewalk when the astronauts are in direct light and other times when they're working in complete darkness, as they are now.
To attach your green hook.
Copy. I have 331 right here. Mike, can you say the number of that cable I'm supposed to stay clear of?
That is 2250, Whiskey 2250. And Nick, you'll be looking for handrail 409 to drop your green hook, and just to let you both know, we're about 30 seconds from a handover.
Copy, Mike, 409. And Mike, my green hook's down on 0331.
All right, we see that, Drew. Great work, and you can proceed now to the PMA port side. You're looking for WIF 1, and you'll put your APFR there with a clocking of 6.
Copy, clocking 6.
Andrew Morgan now moving to install his foot restraint on PMA 3 to begin work.
I'm not quite sure which cable was which. And 2250 tally. It's got a part number that is ending in 022250. The end has a Y on it with the 2 connectors like we expect.
Okay, that's great, great identification. And again, that will eventually route to the aft panel, so we need to keep that clear.
Mike with 01 in sight.
Okay, we copy.
And for reference, Mike, so you can talk through onto it later, it's the bundle that's closest to the 2 connectors that connect into the zenith of node 2. I guess it's the portmost bundle.
Okay, we copy that. And for Drew, just for burning in your cartridges, we'd like you to pause once you get to the APFR and just take a quick breather.
Copy. Do you want me to go ahead with the install and then?
Negative. We'll just have you sit there and pause before the install.
Copy. I'm at 409, working my green hook.
Copy for Nick.
Meantime, Mike, I can take a look at that. That flap is still there. It's about the same as it was. Otherwise, maybe the rest of the gloves look great.
Okay, we copy. We can see it, and we're good to continue, Drew. And apparently, this little flap in particular is not infrequently seen. So again, we'll just keep an eye on it with the connectors. And Nick, just for next step, once you get your green hook dropped, you'll be heading back to the APFR to get a wire tie around the ingress aid.
Copy, Mike. In work. Green hook's on 409.
All right, we see that.
And if you're just tuning in, we're now about 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two spacewalkers today, Nick Hague in his third spacewalk and Andrew Morgan conducting his career first spacewalk today to install the International Docking Adapter 3 to Pressurized Mating Adapter 3, providing a second port for the future arrival of commercial crew vehicles.
And for EVA for Drew, just one reminder that the PDT is just above your right shoulder, and we'd like to be careful not to bump that if we don't need to. And you are go to install the APFR, again, a clocking of 6, and once you get it installed, we'll give you further settings.
Okay, copy. A clocking of 6, and I see the PDT just above my right shoulder.
Okie doke.
Getting a view now from the back of Andrew Morgan, or EV2, who just received a go to install his foot restraint at his respective work site.
All right, we copy that, Drew.
Going black.
Okay, your further settings are Tango Tango Delta 1.
Copy. Tango Tango Delta 1.
And Nick, just for next step, once you get that locking collar wire tied, it'll be to move the APFR from WIF 4 to WIF 5.
Understand. Thanks.
Another acronym you'll hear throughout the spacewalk today is WIF, or otherwise known as Worksite Interface. A Worksite Interface is an interface providing a means to attach certain spacewalk tools to a structure.
We're installed on the ingress aid, Mike.
Okay, we see it and it looks good to us.
How's it going over there, S'more? I'm trying to yaw the TFR around, but I see that yaw may interfere with the handrail here unless I go around the other direction. Understand.
And for Nick, your install clocking is 6, and once you get there, I'll give you further settings.
Okay. Mike, I think I'm going to have to pitch it away to get it in that yaw setting.
And EV2, you must be clairvoyant. That's what we're thinking on the ground. So you're go to do that, get that pitch setting, and then we'll come back to the yaw.
I know this is a push-in knob.
And for EV2, was that a question for us?
No, I'm speaking out loud. I know it's a push-in. There we go. Got to get it past that.
No worries. This can be a little difficult.
Okay, Mike, I've got the AGFR installed. Back on black. Good pull test and twist test.
All right, we copy, Nick. Further settings are Tango Tango Delta 12.
Copy. Tango Tango Delta 12 is set.
All right, with that, you can extend the APFR ingress aid. And just a note, we're going to defer the PWC, the portable wireless camera replacement, for just now. It won't help us too much on the aft panel anyway.
Understand?
And for next steps, Nick, once you get the APFR ingress aid extended, you go to deploy your cap keeper from the large ORU bag.
Okay. Copy that. Work. Okay, Mike, I got X Tango Tango Delta 1.
Okay, we copy. Good work, Drew. And your next step will be to translate to the forward IDA connector panel, and you'll be attaching your adjustable tether from the IDA3 tether point down to the PMA3 handrail 1602. We'll give you reminders as you need it, but just one thing right off, we're going to take the slack out, but no cinching force.
Slack out, but no cinching. Copy. My CapKeeper is deployed.
Okay.
It's on handrail 1404.
All right, brilliant. And just verify that you have the RET is still attached to the large ORU bag.
Affirmative.
Okay, with that, you can translate to the aft IDA connector panel, and your next step will be to attach your daisy-chained adjustables from the IDA-3 tether point down to your handrail 1614, the zenith extension of that.
Copy.
And same reminder, we'll want the slack out, but no cinching force.
Okay, firm. Just a reminder, I caught myself thinking about trying to grab one of those shiny handrails on the IDA. Roger.
Yeah, they're pretty tempting, but we want to avoid imparting any forces there.
Understand.
Another acronym you'll hear throughout the spacewalk today is RET, or the Retractable Equipment Tether, which is one of the most commonly used equipment tethers during spacewalks.
And Mike, this will be the adjustable off of my wrist.
All right, we copy that, Drew.
Getting a view now from helmet camera 11, which is that of EV1, Nick Hagues.
That is correct, 1406.
Mike, I've got an adjustable from handrail 1614 up to, in series 2 of them, up to the tether point on the IDA. It is, slack is removed, but is not cinched.
Okay, we copy that for EV1, and we'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Okay. Mike, the adjustables on the, I don't know, in WVS, if you'd like more slack out than this. 1402 to 1406.
Okay, stand by. And for EV2, we're looking at your WVS view. We'd like to move the adjustable attachment on the IDA from the handrail to the right to the tether point.
Roger.
You'll hear frequent calls from the Capcom to the crew for glove checks and hap checks. Just for background, HAP is the acronym for the Helmet Absorption Pad, which was installed in all spacewalking helmets in the wake of a water intrusion in the helmet of European Space Agency astronaut Luca Parmitano in 2014.
Adjustable tether done. We'll take a glove and hap check from him. We'll pause a moment.
So the installation of the Helmet Absorption Pad, or HAP by the acronym, is intended to absorb the water in the case that it has migrated to the back of a crew member's head.
And there's more slack in it now. Would you like to take some of that slack out?
And yes, please, get all the slack out you can.
Mike, you good with me putting down the pre-stage wire ties on 1614, 1615?
And you have a go for that, Nick. It's a great idea. And for EV2,
adjustables in place and the slack is up.
We see it, and it looks great, and we'll take a glove and hap check from you.
Okay, so the right glove, that flap remains, but still intact underneath. And I don't know how much inspection underneath that do you want me to make? Potential for making it worse.
And not required right now, Drew. Okay, for both, go ahead, EV2.
Thumb panel on the left glove, not at the tip, but the first segment in from the tip of the finger, RTV flap panel. Still attached, it's just elevated on the one side. So I'm tracking, that's a different place. It's on the left glove. The other one was on the right? Correct. Copy.
Okay, we copy. The team is talking, but seems satisfied with that. We're still good to go, but again, we'll keep a close watch on it, and we'll take a hap check from you, Drew.
Okay, copy. Hap is dry.
Okay, we copy that, and we'll just pause for a moment. One warning, a couple of warnings actually. The unmated and
from the helmet cam views, you'll be able to see the mirrors that are on the wrist of the gloves of the spacewalkers. These mirrors allow them to see the switches and actuators on the front of the suit that would ordinarily be out of their view without the mirrors, so the labeling is written in mirror image because it's intended to be read from the mirrors on their wrist.
Cable bend radii less than 6 inches, and the omnipresent warning, avoid putting loads into IDA3, especially in the zenith direction, including during the connector ops.
Copies all. 82 copies.
Okay, with that, Nick, you can complete your wire tie pre-stage, and for Drew, we'll have you translate to the aft starboard side of node 2. You translate first port and then aft, and you'll be heading to your first cable retrieval. That'll be on handrail 338. That'll be just above the grapple fixture down there.
Okay, copy that, Mike. Mike, these wire ties, I've got a long wire tie on handrail 1614. I've got a short wire tie on handrail 1615. It's on the nadir stanchion on both of those.
Okay, that sounds great. Your next step then would be to ingress the APFR using the ingress aid, and again, avoid the handrails on the IDA.
Okay. Work. Ooh. How's it going? Yeah, not too bad. I have to adjust my thermal setting. I thought it was going to be a little too cold for the night pass, but it's just right, so it's going to get warm during day. Feeling good. It's my current setting.
And along with feeling good, you guys are right on the timeline, by the way.
Spacewalk communicator Mike Barrett reporting that the crew is right on the timeline for the procedures today. And if you're just tuning in, we're now about 1 hour into today's spacewalk. The two spacewalkers today, Nick Hague in his third spacewalk and Andrew Morgan conducting his career first spacewalk today to install the International Docking Adapter 3 to Pressurized Mating Adapter 3, where you see them now.
So those on the CapKeeper. And Drew, again, you're looking for handrail 338. You'll find a bundled wire. 2288 is the cable, but you'll be looking for P206, Papa 206 as the connector.
Copy, I see handrail 0338, bundle cable with the 2288.
Okay, very good. And we'll let you work with that. You'll take the connectors 206 and P1 and route up towards the aft IDA. Be mindful of EV1's safety tether here.
Copy that.
And just a reminder to... Just a reminder to push all the slack up forward towards the panel that you can.
Copy that. And Mike, I've got caps, I guess the plugs off of J6 and J5. Get the pins inside. I don't see any FOD, and the pins look good.
All right, we copy. Your next step then is to install the first jumper. That'll be 2266. You can retrieve that from the CapKeeper.
Understand, 2266.
And for EV2, we'd like you to release the wire tie on the handrail, not the one necessarily in your hand there on the connector. You can free it up first from the handrail. That'll just keep it as trim as possible while you're trying to route it up there.
To make this a little more manageable, I'm going to take the cap off of the other end of 2266.
All right, we copy, Nick.
A little over an hour into the spacewalk today, and the crew is now at the point in the timeline where they'll be attaching retractable equipment tethers to handrails on PMA 3 and IDA 3.
And for Nick, just a reminder, you'll be connecting from the jumper P6A to the IDA J6 connector.
Hey, Uber. Pins no FOD, there was a good EMI band. I am mated over center on J6.
Okay, we copy that, and it'll be your next jumper. As your next step, you can remove 2268 from the CapKeeper.
Work. J5, no FOD, good email bands, good pins.
We copy, Nick.
Need over center.
Those retractable equipment tethers, or RETs by the acronym, are being used to hold varying equipment in place while the crews work through spacewalk procedures.
Take a minute and adjust my cooling.
All right, your next step will be to retrieve that green weight cable from Drew, so you take whatever minutes you need. Go ahead, Drew.
I'd say I'll just want to pause here and I'll get this all the coil released here.
Okay, we copy, Drew. And Drew, we recommend keeping that last twist in just so you don't have too much of a loose cable on the way up.
Copy. And I think we were expecting an integrated that might line up with 345, handrail 345.
And that's correct. If it lines up to handrail 345, please tack it down there. And Drew, if it doesn't line up quite right, don't worry about that. Just push the slack as far towards the panel as you can, but we'll take one on 345 if it works.
It looks like it's going to line up. Let me see the label that says that it was intended for this. And just make sure that I want all the slack forward.
All right, we copy in for both about 1 minute to daylight.
Understand. Thank you. And the direction then we expect it to go relative to the pedal, Mike. I'm going to go forward. Or you might be able to hand me the end of it.
Yes, forward and aft of the CBM pedal is good.
Forward and... If you say our choice, forward or aft, or...
We'd like after the pedal if we could.
After the pedal, copy.
And Nick, could you let us know if you can reach handrail 1615 from the APFR?
Yeah, I should be able to reach something that's timstowed there. You can get 1614 as well, and I'm actually holding the end of the cable in my hand. Drew was able to pass it to me.
Okay, great news. Then we won't need Nick to secure it to 1615.
And Nick, you want give me a little slack so I can get it. Yes, I'm unrolling it a little bit. Okay. Okay, so this guy's got to make it all the way up on its own without the jumper. So that's as much slack as we can give. Can you go around? Can you go around the start end of that pedal? Like this end? Yeah, and then it'll come straight up toward me. Perfect. Okay, and then I can pull the slack towards 1615 and tie it down.
And Drew, as we're looking, it looks like there's a bit of slack towards your feet there as well. We'll need to get as much slack forward towards the PMA as we can on this cable.
This pre-integrated may not be a great idea then.
Yeah, and that's fine. If that doesn't work, we'll forgo it.
Like the one that has to go to, looking for a label here. So J6, I can confirm I've got enough reach to go directly to J6 without the jumper. And then I've got almost enough slack to make it all the way to J7 with the other pigtail with P1. I think we've got enough slack all the way up here. Okay.
Okay, we copy that, and we don't need Drew to backtrack his steps too much, just to pull as much slack up there as he can.
Understand. Why don't you use that integrated, Drew? Use it? Yeah. Okay.
Nick Hague, bearing the red stripes as EV1 today at the top of your screen, is working from the foot restraint, while EV2, Andrew Morgan, performs the routing of cables. The first two cables that are connected will supply the ready-to-hook sensor data that will provide the confirmation that there is a hard mate between PMA3 and IDA3.
Wherever you want to feed my way, I'll pull up. Here we go.
Again, the cables being routed now will supply the ready-to-hook sensor data that will provide the confirmation that there is a hard mate between PMA3 and IDA3 once the gangs of hooks are driven here in a little while.
Understand. The only place that this comes away from structure, Mike, is the stuff that was routed before the EVA. From where Drew pulled it, we've got it pretty much flush to the surface of the Node 2 and PMA3.
Okay, we copy that. We can leave it for now, and once we get all done with the cables, then we can do a little bit cleanup if necessary.
Okay, understand. Okay, and then Mike, any more work then here on the green-white?
I think for now, you're good with that one. We're going to send you on to the next cable. And that will be the orange-white. That'll be the Node 2 aft port handrail 343.
Copy.
And for Nick, once you have that green-white cable secured to your liking, we can go ahead and make that connection. You'll remove the cap from P206 and stow that on the cap keeper, and that will go to jumper 6A.
In work. I have 6A in hand. I've got E206 in hand. Pin 05 HDMI band.
Okay, we copy.
Needed over center.
Okay, we copy. And how difficult was that, or was that as easy as you made it look?
I'm not going to say anything yet. We've got a few more of these to do.
All right, we copy. There was a lot of excitement with the first one.
Okay, Mike, I'm at 343, and you see two cables here.
All right, Drew, you're looking for
some labels.
You're looking for a connector Papa 205. That'll be on cable Whiskey 2260.
Okay, I have 2260 in my hand, Papa 205.
And just a note, Drew, you will be back to the same handrail for that very next cable once you get this routed.
Now, Mike, there was a pre-stage or some wire ties we were going to do on 8 and 14.
And that's correct. And we're thinking you might be able to do that once you get this handed off to Nick.
Okay.
A view now from Nick Hague's helmet cam, camera number 11, as he's taking pictures of the cable that he just routed.
And for Nick, just as you're routing the cable, we'll take a short wire tie on node 2 handrail 344 for that Papa 205 cable that you have with you right now. We'd like you to go for the stanchions if possible and try to keep the handrail itself clear. And once you have that one,
back here in Mission Control Houston, the flight control team is under the direction of lead flight director Scott Stover. And the ground intervehicular communicator, or ground IV today, is Mike Barrett. You've heard his voice back and forth with the crew conducting the spacewalk today, and you'll continue to hear his voice through the duration of the spacewalk as he continues to move through those procedures with the crew.
We'd like you to take the first securing on handrail 344 for the cable you're working. And I'm not sure how much it got out there, but try to go for the stanchions on those handrails to leave the handrail proper clear. And once we get that wire tied, then we'll have you routed directly and hand off to Nick, and then we'll get the wire ties on the way back.
Okay, so the first one for the orange-white cable to 344.
That's a good copy, and that'll let you get the cable under the aft port CBM pedal.
Copy. A mess down there. Yeah. I'd offer to come down and help, but I don't think me getting in that is going to help. Not a lot of room. So. One steady, you're making good progress. Those cables look nice and flat behind you. 344 to a stanchion. We can go up around the pedal.
And Drew, we see you working. Just a reminder to both, this is our first full installation with you out there. Remember that the PMA surfaces can get pretty warm, so avoid prolonged direct contact.
Copy that. Copy, Mike.
And station for EVA for Nick. While you're there in the APFR, we'd like you to take as good a look as you can at the IDA PMA3 interface and just verify that there's no undue gap there and that it seems to be evenly seated.
Okay, in work.
And just for both of you, we do have 2 RTH indications already.
That's great news. Mike, I can see down the interface, good solid 120 degrees or more, definitely less than a half inch.
Okay, we copy. Good to hear.
RTH, the acronym for Ready to Hook, which these cables that are being routed right now will provide heater power and ready-to-hook sensor capability and the hook motor power that will be used to drive the gangs of hooks closed.
Established on 343. I'm sorry, 344. You can route directly to Nick.
Copy. Directly to Nick after that 344, and we're going forward on this pedal.
That's correct. Under the it's the aft port pedal and forward on it. That's correct.
Mike, the team is correct. This is a hot work area. I had to bump up my cooling by 1 notch.
Okay, we understand.
Make sure that it's the P205 connector on this one, correct, Mike?
That's affirmative. Papa 205.
There's a twist in the cable just below your left elbow. Yeah, and you're pulling up on one that's tied down in a different location. Yep. Is that around your arm? Yeah, it's on my arm. Oh, okay.
Now right at an hour and a half into today's spacewalk, the two spacewalkers today, Nick Hague in his third spacewalk and Andrew Morgan conducting his career first spacewalk today to install the International Docking Adapter 3 to Pressurized Mating Adapter 3, providing a second port for the future arrival of commercial crew vehicles. You can see Nick Hague EV1 bearing the red stripes on his suit on the IDA 3 right now, routing some cables.
And the heck out of any workstation and effector. Yeah.
And station for EVA.
Forces on you.
And for Nick, since you've got a little wait time here, we'd like you to come out of the APFR and pre-stage a wire tie on handrail 1608. It'll be just zenith of Drew port F face of the PMA.
Understand.
Again, APFR, the acronym for Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, which is hooked up to an interface point on the Harmony module at the work site, where the spacewalkers will plant their feet for stability as they continue to move through these procedures today.
All right, I see you right there, and to move this orange-white cable. Hey, copy.
And for Nick, once you get to the handrail 1608, we'll take a wire tie on the forward port stanchion. And once you get that in place, if you're able to get the handoff of the cable from Drew, we'll let you take that up and re-ingress the APFR.
Sounds good. Did you want that to be a long or a short?
And a short will do for that one.
It works. A breather for a minute here. I'll put this wire tie down, then I'll take the cable from you. Okay, Mike, I've got a wire tie down on the forward port stanchion of handrail 1608.
Okay, we see it, looks good, and we see the cable passing hands.
Is there red on it? Let me clean it up. Go ahead and take that. with you here to try to get this out.
And while you're both out of the APFRs, just verify both your safety tethers are clear of the cables that we're dragging here.
Mine is clear. It's to my feet, away from the cable we're dragging, and I can see Drew's going away as well. We're good. Check though.
Copy. Thanks.
Is that taut?
So
we're at the Y, so that's it.
This is the Y, yeah.
Yeah, so that's as much as possible.
Yeah, I think so. And so, Mike, we're expecting a Y then in this cable that's just beyond the 344 handrail that I connected down to. I'll go to this side of the pedal.
And down on handrail 3, 3814.
Okay, the Y is expected. It looks like you guys have it well in hand. And just a reminder, we want all the slack pushed up towards the IDA 3 that we can.
Copy. Is that all the slack?
That is all the slack because that's
that's good. It's not against
I
structure.
can keep working it down here.
All right, that's looking good to us. And when you get that handover complete, Drew, you are going to retranslate back to handrail 343, the same place you got the last cable, and start bringing the next cable forward. That'll be Whiskey 2258.
So 2258, that's the purple one, I think.
That's correct. And you'll be looking for Papa 207 as the connector.
207.
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the Atlantic Ocean as the spacewalkers continue to move through with the procedures today.
Mike, I've got that tied down on 1408 and 1614. 1608 and 1614.
Okay, we copy. That's great. And just for Drew, you'll be routing this next cable along the exact same route.
Copy. Okay, I see the cable connector P207.
Okay, that's the one.
I'm back in the APFR, Mike.
All right, we copy, Nick. Then with that, again, just take another look at your safety tethers before we make the connection, but you can pull the cap off of 205 and stow that on the cap keeper.
Copy. And work. Safety tethers are clear. I can see both.
Copy and thanks. And Papa 205, Nick, will attach to the jumper 5A, whenever you're ready.
EMI band, get pins, no fog. Get J5A, Papa 05. Okay. Made it over center.
Okay, we see that made it over center. Great work. And for Drew, just a reminder, only uncoil what you need to make the routing. You'll be headed first to handrail 344 to get onto the short wire ties, the same as the last cable.
And the second cable has now been routed, as we just saw from Nick Hague, as EV1's helmet camera number 11.
Mike, I'm bundling these just a little bit for a temp stow so that it's easier to translate around all these cables.
Okay, good words. And just a reminder, Nick, that orange-white cable you just made of the Papa 205 connector eventually mates directly to the IDA connector panel. And I think you have enough slack to do that, correct?
Yeah, I do. And if I don't, I'll release this loop and take care of it then. But it's getting to be a lot of cable right in front of me where I'm going to have to egress the APFR.
Okay, understand. We like your temp stow plan there, Nick.
Some background on the cables being routed during the EVA today. These cables were brought outside on a previous EVA almost 5 years ago. They've baked in the sun during that time, so the cables were expected to be difficult to manipulate and route. That is why the Capcom here is asking them to be a little bit careful when coiling them.
We can go the length, and then I can come back and tack them down behind him.
Okay, that works for us, Drew. And Nick, it sounds like you have a good handle on 1608 and 1614 handrails to secure it. Drew, we'll have you go back once you hand that cable over and attach to 1603, handrail 1603.
Copy.
And you can feel the surface of this PMA now.
Yep.
And, okay. Okay. Slack here. Long. Okay.
Do you want to take the full length, and I'll come behind you?
Sure. Got it. Need a twist? I'll hold it in place.
Yeah.
Oh, you're ready. Push this one in.
That's 8, and then
14.
if we need one at 3.
There's 14.
How much slack left over?
Oh, tons.
Tons, okay.
Yeah. I'm tying myself up on all these cables.
Mike, we have not put a wire tie down on 1603 yet.
Yeah.
I'd like us to do that. It's right. Okay.
You need slack to make that happen?
And yes, we would like the wire tie on 1603 for both of the cables you just routed past there. If you can use the integrated on there, that works for us. And we would prefer the aft stanchion on 1603, but whatever works best for you.
Okay, I got it at the aft stanchion. There's the pre-integrated here belongs to another cable. I don't want to pull that into the mix.
Okay, we understand, Drew. We would like all the cables as flush as possible, the ones we're routing and the ones that are already there. Your discretion whether you can use an integrated or have to put down one of your own. And for Nick, just a reminder that the purple cable will be temp stowed at handrail 1614 or 1615 at your discretion.
Copy. I'm putting it down at 1614.
Okay, we understand.
A purple cable is temp stowed on the handrail of 1614.
Okay, we copy. Stand by. Just big picture words. Once we get the cables tacked down here, this will complete the aft initial install, the aft panel initial install, and it will be going to the forward cable install. And for Drew, once you're finished tacking down the wires, we'll have you do a good gap check, look at the PMA IDA3 interface as you go around towards your APFR.
Copy. Mike, you want me to translate to the forward side and start looking for cables?
And Nick, you are indeed go for that. You'll be looking for a TA clamp Charlie 5 and to pre-stage a short wire tie on that. That's right on the forward face, just to the port of your ORU bag.
Okay, copy. Can work. I gotta say, Mike, it is one amazing view looking off the front of the station.
Yeah, you guys are over Africa there. It must be amazing. And Nick, we're going to add one other thing. As you translate past the ORU bag, if you could grab the forward panel cap keeper and deploy that up on the IDA handrail. And that's IDA handrail 4. Okay, and that's 1406 up on the IDA.
1406. Okay, we got it wire tied on 3 and 8, and I'll translate to the forward side.
All right, well done. And I know those wires are stiff and difficult to handle, but it looks like you got them under control. And just a reminder to give us a good gap check at the IDA PMA3 interface.
Copy. MIT Capkeeper adjustables on 1406, and the rest still goes back to the large ORU bag.
Okay, we see that, Nick. It looks great, and you'll be dropping down to put the wire tie on TA clamp Charlie 5.
Okay. And the gap check on this side, Mike, looks very consistent, and it is less than half an inch.
All right, we copy that. That's great. And Nick, Drew, you can come around and get in a position to ingress the APFR. Just a reminder, use the ingress aid, avoid those tempting handrails on the IDA, and we are getting a little bit of toggling with the RTHs. That's probably due to translation, but we're just going to be very careful with that interface.
Copy that.
Now, right at an hour and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk, ground controllers here in Mission Control Houston are reporting that the spacewalkers today are right on the timeline, having completed the initial connection of critical cables.
And for both, 30 seconds to a short handover.
Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan will now move to the forward panel. Andrew Morgan will ingress the foot restraint while Nick Hague routes the cables this time.
How you doing?
All right, just getting this centered here.
Slow and steady. Get her done.
The two cables that will be routed next will provide power and data to the hooks that will drive between PMA3 and IDA3 to form a hard mate. Here in Mission Control Houston, the flight control team is under the direction of lead flight director Scott Stover in the middle of your screen.
And Station Houston back with you after a short handover. And just for Nick, the next step, once you get the wire tie on the TA clamp, will be to retrieve a cable from handrail 326. That'll be one of the spoke handrails, a little bit port of where you are right now, down on the end cone.
Okay.
And that was, of course, the voice of intervehicular communicator or ground IV today, Mike Barrett. You'll continue to hear his voice as the crews make their way through the procedures, and you'll continue to hear his voice all the way through the end of the spacewalk today.
Okay, we see that and concur with the long tie, no issues. And Nick, you'll be looking for the blue cable. That'll be a connector Papa 203 down there on handrail 326.
Okay.
And reminder, that is a two-legged cable. 203 is what you're looking for. 208 will eventually be routed to the aft panel.
Okay, I've got 203 in hand.
Okay, And if it's helpful, that's Whiskey 2256, but it looks like you've got the right one, and you'll be routing that under the forward port CBM pedal and securing that with the wire tie you just put on Charlie 5.
Understand, can work. Mike in the APFR. We've got good access to the work site.
Okay, great work, Drew. With that, you can demate the caps from J300 and J400 and stow those on the cap keeper.
We're getting a view now from helmet camera number 18, which is that of Andrew Morgan's. This is the connector port you're looking at on the side of the international docking adapter that will receive a series of power and data connectors a short time from now. Those connectors are required before the hooks are commanded to be driven, which will then form the hard mate between IDA and PMA. Furthermore, these initial power and data connectors to the connector port on the IDA that you're looking at right now will provide hook motor power, the ready-to-hook sensors and heaters for the new docking port.
We see it.
Removed.
Okay, great. And for you, Drew, you'll be receiving the blue cable from Nick. And again, we'll want a good eye on the safety tethers, make sure they're not trapped before we mate this connector.
Copy that. Some more coming up your way. On my left shoulder. Yeah, I have it in my hand. That's as tight as I can get it. Does that give you enough slack? Plenty. Okay.
And
Mike, I've got P203 in my hand.
Okay, we copy. For Nick, before you go too far, if you're able to tuck that cable under the CBM pedal there a little better, that would help us get it tacked down a little better. And and for Drew, you go to uncap P203, stow that cap on the cap keeper, and that will be mating to J300.
Copy.
And we like your routing, Nick.
A view now from helmet camera number 11, which is that of Nick Hagues, or EV1.
And that's the one.
He is routing cables right now to Andrew Morgan.
Understand.
Okay, the cap from 203 is removed.
Okay, we'll take a connector check prior to mating.
Okay, and so I'm checking the J300 side, 5 good pins, and I'm looking on the plug side, 5 VMI band. Right.
Okay, we like it. Your go to mate to IJ J300. And again, try to minimize the loads into the IDA if you can.
Now reaching the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk. The spacewalk officially began at 7:27 a.m. Central Time this morning. Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan still working on track with the timeline, having completed the initial connection of critical cables to a connector panel.
And Nick, just a reminder, your close proximity to the grapple fixture there. We put you in an inconvenient place.
Yep. Reminding me it's there.
Now in switched roles, the crew members are working on the forward panel. Andrew Morgan now in the foot restraint while Nick Hague routes the cables to him.
J300 made it over center.
Okay, we saw it. It looks great. And your next step will be to retrieve the red and white cable from Nick, and that should be Papa 204.
Copy, I got Papa 204.
Mike, I'm staring at handrail 1602. I think we put a long wire tie on that later on. You want me to knock that out now?
And sure, you can go ahead and do that. A long wire tied to handrail 1602. Zenith stanchion, please.
Okay.
A view now from Andrew Morgan's helmet camera. Again, he is helmet camera number 18. He and Nick Hague are working to install 2 cables that'll provide power and data to the hooks that will drive between PMA-3 and IDA-3. You can see on the control panel on the right side of your screen that one of those cables has already been routed. Morgan and Hague are now working to route the second cable to the control panel.
Okay, no FOD on the plug side. On the J400 side, no bent pins. No FOD.
Okay, if the EMI band looks good, you go to mate that to J400.
Copy that. I can confirm the EMI band looks good.
Okay, great. Your go to connect, and for Nick, you're doing such a great job laying the wire ties. We'll take one on PMA-3 handrail 1601 as well. That's the big vertical handrail there, and we'll take that on the Nader stanchion.
Nader stanchion, I understand.
Mike J400 made it over center.
Okay, terrific. And just for next steps, guys, for Nick, once you get the wire tie done, and for Drew, we'll have you take one more look at that interface. But We are about to start quiescent ops and the hook driving. So once you get that wire tie laid, Nick, you can go to a place that you can stick around for a while.
Another view of the control panel on the right side of your screen right now, where 2 cables have been routed.
One onto the Zenith expansion of 1602, and then I'll bug out.
Okay, sounds great.
Again, the 2 cables you see right now will provide power and data to the hooks that will drive between PMA-3 and IDA-3 moments from now.
Come back. I got it. All right. Zenith expansion of 1602. We have a handrail. We have the wire ties in place.
Okay, we copy that. And just to clarify, was that both 1601 and 1602 got their wire ties?
Negative, Mike. I didn't get to 1601 yet. 1602, Mike.
Okay, we'll hold off on 1601, and we'll have both of you get to a good quiescent place, and we'll start driving the hooks.
I've got a BRT down, and I'm staying in the APFR.
Okay, we see that for both, and just a reminder that both need to remain quiescent while the first gang of hooks is completely driven, and you can do a glove and hap check as you like and take all the photos you can.
Good.
And just for planning, you're about 3.5 minutes to a night pass.
Everything is in place now to begin the driving of the hooks that will permanently mate the International Docking Adapter 3 to PMA-3. Again, the installation of IDA-3 today will provide a second docking port to the International Space Station to accommodate the future arrivals of commercial crew vehicles.
One more to go. So, Mike, my map is dry, and looking at that flap on my right index finger, and it's still there, still present.
Okay, we copy dry.
I have a flap on the and I have a flap on the right thumb panel and on the left thumb panel. And on the left index finger second panel in. They're just flaps.
Okay, we copy, Drew. And again, we're still good to go on that. We're watching closely. Could you give us a real quick gap check, just what you can see of the interface between the IDA and PMA?
Looks like a half inch all around where I can see it from here. It's exactly like it was on the port side when I was translating over here.
Okay, we copy and thanks. And Nick, we'll take a glove and hap check from you when possible.
Yep, I checked. Gloves are good. No change. Hap's dry.
Okay, we copy. Good glove and hap check. And we're going quiescent now.
And the crew has now gone quiescent for the driving of the hooks. Getting a view now of the control panel inside the Harmony module of the International Space Station. This is the same view that NASA astronaut Christina Koch is getting.
Houston copies.
Station on Space to Ground 1, closing hooks gang 1 in the 3, 2, 1, mark.
And the command has been issued for the first gang of hooks to close. Again, Christina Koch just sent commands from a control panel inside the Harmony module to begin driving the first gang of hooks. There are 6 hooks for each gang, totaling 12 hooks altogether. Structural integrity is considered sound if both of the hook gangs are closed and engaged for visiting vehicles to begin arriving at the International Space Station.
In the sunset.
The first gang of hooks now driving as the crew members remain quiescent outside of the IDA. And for reference, the expected execution time for this gang of hooks to close is expected to be about 5.5 minutes.
How's your cooling going? 8, I haven't touched it. It's in a good place. Nice. Get that set during insulation, everything's working out fine now, so I found my sweet spot. more. I don't know if you can see over my shoulder the connectors that are on the ground. They're on the two connectors right over my shoulder.
Yep.
The bundle that's right next to them. I think that's your cable. One that's nicely bundled.
Yeah. It's the green cables that we're looking for.
And if you're just joining us, we just reached the 2-hour and 15-minute mark in today's spacewalk. Currently, the two spacewalkers are quiescent outside of the PMA and IDA, while the first gang of hooks are driven.
Ground 1, hooks gang 1 closed light and multimeter reading registered within 10 seconds of each other. Timer result for the first indicator was 4 minutes and 28 seconds. The all closed indicator is lit. Moving to hooks gang 2, EV is go for translation on PMA, but not IDA.
And we just received confirmation from NASA astronaut Christina Cook at the commands of the control panel inside the Harmony module that the first gang of hooks are closed. Getting a live view now of that control panel inside of Harmony. This is the same view that NASA astronaut Christina Cook is getting right now, and the same one she got before she sent those commands.
And Station Houston for EVA, with good hook driving, we would like Nick to go ahead and deploy the portable wireless camera. So you are go to translate over to the ORU bag, and the camera should be powered on. We would just be looking for LEDs.
Okay.
And Nick, while you're in transit, I have to tell you that 3 lovely ladies have come in, one of which claims to be your mother and has made delicious food for everybody.
I heard she was busy in the kitchen yesterday. I hope everyone enjoys it. I'm jealous.
Well, we have a certain jealousy of what you guys are doing as well, so I'd say it's an even trade.
Okay. I can confirm I've got a good LED on the portable wireless camera, Mike.
Okay, that sounds great, and that will go down onto the PMA-3, and we're looking... Station Houston for EVA, back with you. And Nick, you'll be looking for handrail 413 down on PMA 2. And I see you with the camera in tow there.
Copy. 413. Tally ho.
Nick, as you place that, a reminder to point it towards the PMA-3 port grapple fixture.
Okay. I've got it. On handrail 13, both paddles out and locked.
Okay, that's great. We'll let you orient it, and we'll be looking for an adjustable tether on PMA2 handrail 0405.
Just moments ago, the second gang of hooks were initiated to begin closing. Again, about a 5.5 minute procedure, and after the second gang is driven, we will have a hard mate between the new docking adapter and the space station.
Yep. Stand by, Drew. And Drew, for now, we're just going to have you stay put. You're going to be retrieving cables. Once we get the other gang of hooks, we'll be ready to mate those, but you can stay quiescent for now. And for Nick, a couple of issues with the PWC. We'd like one power cycle, and so you're go to power it off.
Okay. It's off.
And you can go ahead and power it on.
Okay. Right on. I got a good green light on the power, and BAT 1 and BAT 2 are green.
Okay, we copy for both. And Nick, we're not quite receiving video from it yet, but do your best to point it up towards the work site, and we'll send you on your way.
Great. Okay.
Roughly 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in this second gang of hooks being driven. Again, once that second gang is driven, we will have a hard mate between the new docking adapter and the space station.
I'm on my way back to Drew.
Okay, and Nick, your next thing will be to grab the red cable, and that will be up on handrail 317. That's on node 2. That's one of the rim, the circumferential handrails, just port of the center.
Roger.
And for Nick, the cable you're looking for on 317 will have a Papa 202 connector.
Understand, Mike. It's been bundled together with the next one on after as well, so I've got to release them both.
Okay, we copy.
And live views now from Nick Haig's camera, which is helmet camera number 11, as he continues to route cables,
Wi-Fi on 1601.
while Andrew Morgan remains quiescent, or meaning still or inactive, as these hooks are being driven. Ground controllers here in Mission Control Houston reporting that the crew is about 10 minutes ahead of schedule today. The portion of the international docking adapter on the bottom of your screen right now that has a thermal insulation cover over it, that thermal insulation cover will be removed during the spacewalk today, and that portion of the IDA is called the Passive Soft Capture System. That's the portion where the commercial crew vehicles, the SpaceX Crew Dragon and the Boeing CST-100 Starliner vehicles will dock to. That Passive Soft Capture System has 3 guide pedals, 3 latch strikers, and 3 soft capture sensors that will transition the International Space Station to free drift right before contact and capture for the arrival of future commercial crew vehicles.
But we'll be temp stowing the cables that Nick is bringing up towards you.
Copy, and I think that temp stow is on the fire ties that we put on 1602.
That's affirmative.
This morning it may be easier if I hand it to you with the bundle still in for the temp stow. Copy. And then I'll pin it down to the wire tie. Okay, I have it in my hands. Got it? Sure, I'm going to get it on the wire tie. Take up a little bit of the slack. Okay. Put that down. Copy.
And for Drew, once you get that cable temp stowed, we'll have you go ahead and get a cap keeper hook on the forward IDA tether D-ring, the AET that you put there. We'll release that tether from the IDA tether point and the PMA-3 handrail 1602, but we want to be sure you put the cap keeper on the AET D-ring so it gives you 2 extra tether points.
Okay, copy.
And for Nick, we're sending you to handrail 316, actually, for the orange cable. This is Papa 201.
Copy that. That is not what I have in my hand. Papa 201. No, it is. Okay.
And Nick, that'll go up the same routing you just did.
Mike, I'm going to use this pre-integrated on the, just temp stow it on 1602 because I want to use the one that I just put on 1602 pre-staged. Keep it nice and neat for the final cleanup.
Okay, that works, Drew. No problem.
Or when you're ready, I'll get the next one to hand to you.
Copy. I have it.
Got it. I need to throw a wire tie in down here. Wire ties in.
And for both, it looks like our hooks are driven, and we're in a great stable config with the IDA-3. Drew, we'll hold off on that adjustable retrieval for just now and get you started on the caps on IDA. So you're go to remove caps from J1 and J2.
Okay, copy that.
And for Nick, your next cable conquest will be the yellow cable. That'll be on Node 2 handrail 358. That's on the Node 2 Zenith longitudinal handrail just port of PMA 3.
And Mike, just to make sure that J1 and J2 caps are going to go directly on the cap keeper.
That's affirmative.
And we received confirmation moments ago from Spacewalk communicator Scott Stover.
Papa 2 connector beneath the forward port CBM pedal, and then to the Charlie 5 TA clamp wire tie.
Understand.
All 12 hooks have been closed to form a hard mate between the new International Docking Adapter and Pressurized Mating Adapter 3.
J1 cap removed. Things look good.
We copy.
And the J2 cap's removed, and the pins are also nicely intact. They look good.
Okay, we copy. Your next step is going to be to move the blue cable, that's 2256, from J300 to J3. So what we'll have you do is ret to the cap on J3 and remove that.
Again, moments ago, all 12 hooks were confirmed to have been driven to form a hard mate between the new International Docking Adapter 3 and to Pressurized Mating Adapter 3. Again, the International Space Station now has a second port for the future arrivals of U.S. commercial crew vehicles. Made official just moments ago.
Okay, we copy that. And you go to demate Papa 203 from J300.
Okay, demate at J300. Just going to give you a check on the back on J3. The pins look good and there's no FOD. On J1.
Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan now working to reroute power from the interfaces between the connectors that were hooked up just a short time ago to provide the hook motor power. The reconfigurations are underway now that are scheduled to take place over the next hour or so that will route power and heating to the top portion of the International Docking Adapter, or the passive soft capture system we talked about earlier, to which the new commercial crew vehicles will be linking up to.
Okay, we copy that. It'll then go to handrail 1602. And for Drew, if it's helpful to you, you can demate 204 from J400 if you need the room there.
I think we're almost there. Okay, J300 is demated.
And we see it. Okay.
And then we're mating at J3.
And that's affirmative.
Okay, EMI band is still good, no FOD. They called no FOD and no pins on J3.
Okay, we copy. Your go to mate.
Again, some of these cables are being demated and rerouted to shift the power from the hook closure to the other side of the docking adapter, the side to which the U.S. commercial crew vehicles will dock to.
And for both, the hooks are completely driven, so we no longer have the constraints on IDA-3. So you can use, I'm told, as much force as you need to complete your work on IDA-3 handrails.
More standby. Yeah, it wasn't fully seated, and the half shell wasn't all the way down on this side.
Say again, on this side?
Yeah, on the side that I could see, the half shell wasn't fully down.
How's it look on your side?
It's flush now. Looking good.
J3 made it over center.
Okay, we copy that, and with that, you can attach the cap back to J300.
And works.
And for both, Nick, if you get to a point where you can hand off the yellow cable and leave with Drew, we can send you off to do some cleanup steps.
And I just did.
Okay, if Drew, if you've got the custody of that and temp stowed someplace, that'll be great. Then we'll have you go on to move the red-white cable from J400 to J4.
Okay, copy.
And Nick, what we'd like you to do
on the temp stow.
Okay, we copy. And Nick, what we'd like you to do is kind of retrace the cable routings and clean up the cables and wire ties as necessary. Avoid unnecessarily covering the handrails, and if possible, try to avoid covering the SVS targets.
Understand. You want that for forward and aft?
Stand by. And just the forward for now, Nick, and once you're happy with that, we'll take a good WVS survey.
Work.
And for Drew, for moving the red-white cable, we'll take a ret on the cap on J4, and you can demate that cap.
Copy.
Spacewalk communicator Mike Barrett walking the crew members through the procedures today, which will demate and rearrange some of the power that was originally given to one section of the IDA, and it will now move it to the side which the U.S. commercial crew vehicles will dock to.
All right, with that, you go to demate Papa 204 from J400.
Okay, you're meeting at J400.
Again, the demating and reconnecting to different sections will shift the power from the hook closure to the other side of the docking adapter.
You made it. Fins are still intact, and got a good EMI band, and no fog.
Okay, it looks good. You go to mate Papa 204 to J4.
Copy. Didn't work. Made it over center.
Copy, we see it. You can go ahead and pop the cap on J400.
Copy. J400 is capped.
Okay, we see it. It looks great. And Nick, we love what you're doing with the cables there. And Drew, your next step will be to get the red cable. That's Papa 202 on the connector there. Should be temp stowed to you. And we'll want to be sure that, again, your safety tethers aren't trapped as we make this connection. I know it's dark, but do your best to get eyes on those.
Copy.
And for both, about a minute and a half to sunrise.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
That is great.
White and blue. Hey, WVS, I'm trying to show you what I did for the red and orange cables and some of the other ones that came down on the front of the 2. Up to 1. Then they get loose because we're waiting to tie all this down on 1602. Cables running in off of C5. And those are right against structure going back to where they come out of the end cone. And
The International Space Station is currently flying 256 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean, headed into an orbital daytime.
With that, you can translate starboard to the aft ID8 connector panel, Nick.
Good. And Mike, I've got 202 in hand, and we're taking the cap off of that one.
Okay, that sounds great, and that'll eventually go to J2.
Copy.
That little bump you guys just felt was crossing the equator, by the way. Okay. And for EV1 and 2, we're going to report a historic first with insulation. We have great PWC video, and you guys look marvelous.
oh, yes, glad it works.
And next steps for Nick, you'll be ingressing the APFR, and you'll be demating the further 3 caps, J7, J8, and J9.
Understand.
Okay, P202, no FOD, good EMI. On the J2 side, called those pins, and those pins are still intact, no FOD. Ready to mate at J2.
And you have a go for J2.
J2's made it over center.
Okay, we copy. And for Nick, we're going to divert you a little bit. We'd like you to go ahead and retrieve the adjustable tethers between PMA handrail 1614 and the IDA tether point and stow those on the cap keeper before you ingress.
Okay.
A view now from Nick Haig's helmet camera of the APFR, which stands for the Articulating Portable Foot Restraints that we've been talking about throughout the spacewalk so far today. Again, the crew will be using those today to restrain their feet at their respective work sites.
And again, we'll want to ensure that no safety tethers are trapped. That will eventually go to IDA J1, and you go to uncap that and stow the cap on the keeper.
Copy. I might be at that point where I need to take the adjustable onto the 1602 to adjustable and create my 2 additional hooks.
And you have a go for that, Drew.
Hey, Mike, my adjustable series is on the cap keeper.
Okay, I understand. And with that, Nick, your go to ingress the APFR.
Okay, the adjustable is now to the cap keeper assembly. I actually put it to the available hook on the adjustable that is to a French hook. So I have 2 additional hooks.
All right, we copy that. And now hopefully you have room for the cap on P201.
Yep, I have a hook for P201.
And just for status, you guys are right on the timeline, if not a little bit ahead.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
As you just heard, ground controllers here in Mission Control Houston reporting that the crew is a little bit ahead of schedule.
I'm in the APFR.
We copy.
Moving caps G 7, 8, and 9.
And you have a go. And for Nick, we see you working the caps magnificently. The next steps will be to remove the jumpers and make those connections directly to the IDA panel. So just a heads up there.
Okay.
Okay, Mike J1, 05, good EMI. All the pins on J1, they're intact and no FOD.
Okay, with that, you'll be go to mate, Papa 201 to J1.
Copy.
That's the release, Mike.
All right, very good.
Working on jumper removal.
Hey, Mike, J1 has made it over center.
Okay, we copy, Drew, and your next cable will be Papa 2, the yellow cable. And again, we're looking for safety tethers not impaired. And you can take that cap off and stow that on the cap keeper.
Copy.
And for Nick, for demating the first jumper, J6, we'd like you to start with the IDA connection just to make it a little bit easier.
Didn't work.
Okay, Mike, convert. It's P2J2 I'm looking for.
And that's affirmative, Drew.
Whiskey on cable 2287.
And that's a good copy. And for Nick, I think you're in work here, but first disconnect will be P6 Alpha from IDA J6.
Copy. And J6 is demated. Also demated P206 from the jumper. And I'm ready to mate
Okay.
206 on W2288.
If you're happy with the connectors, you have a go to mate 206 to J6.
And I see good EMI bands, good pins, no FOD, ready to mate.
And you have a go.
And Mike, the other end I'm looking for then comes off of the cable coming off of the J2. I've identified it. It has another cap. I come out of hooks. I'll put this to me.
Okay, we understand. Your go for that, and it'll be a P2 to J2 connection.
Copy.
P206 to J6 made it over center.
Okay, great work, Nick. And next, just go on to the next jumper, tether to that jumper with the cap keeper, and we'll start with the IDA first. Demate P5 Alpha from J5.
Work.
Okay, Mike. So this additional cap is on an adjustable on my mini workstation, and that connection, there's pins look good, no FOD, and then the P2J2 plug side, good EMI, no FOD. And if you agree, I'll go ahead and make this connection.
Okay, we agree, and your go to connect.
Mike J5 is demated from the jumper. Jumper's removed, and I am ready to mate 205. J5.
You have a go, 205 to J5.
Go. P2J2 is mated over center.
And for EVA for Drew, we would like you, once you finish that connection, to move the cap from your RET to the IDA cap keeper hook that's actually keeping it up there, and then you can let that 10 back to the bag.
Copy. In work.
Mike, A5, P205, made it over center.
All right, we copy, and stand by for you. And Drew, we see a good connection, P2 to J2, and we see you working on that cap.
Mike, I have a request. I think while I have 1 foot in the APFR here, it would be easier for me to clean up these cables on 1602, and then I could put this cap and release the cap keeper. But right now, did you want me to do the final wire tying 1602 and clean this up, because it's just kind of they were all sort of in a temp stow configuration.
And Drew, we're good with your order. You can go ahead and clean up those cables first, and then get the cap second.
Copy.
And for Nick, you did a great job with those, and we would like you actually to come out of the APFR and go hunt for the blue cable, if you could. That'll be on node 2 handrail 357. That's a longitudinal handrail. It's on the second road down, just port of the PMA-3.
Copy.
That mini workstation referenced several times here in the last couple minutes is a toolbox of sorts attached to the chest. It stores many of the tools that can be used during this spacewalk, so that mini toolbox, that mini workstation, as they mentioned several times, serves as a toolbox on the front of the EMUs.
So Mike, so you're tracking. I'll be dragging this, I'll have to pass it underneath Drew's safety tether. So I am aware.
Okay, you feel like you have good eyes on that, Nick?
Yeah, I'm going to have to fair lead it to go over the top of it, to go over that way, to route it around, and I'll make sure I pass the cable below to make it work.
Okay, we copy, and we're...
Mike, I got to...
Go ahead, Drew.
The blue cable is over on my side. I could get to that one as soon as I'm done cleaning up here, and Nick, the green cable is on his side, and it might deconflict some of the crossing of tethers. I'm already over underneath here. Okay, disregard.
I've got eyes on the blue cable.
And for EV2, Drew, you're fine. Just one bundle with wire ties around the whole bundle.
Copy that.
And as much as possible, keep it tight and flush, and try to keep the handrails clear.
Copy that. Okay, Mike, I'll back up and give you a little WVS of how we have that now are tied to Zenith handrail 16, or Zenith expansion 1602.
Okay, we're about 30 seconds from WVS views, but that sounds good.
Okay, with that, I'll get out of the APFR and over to retrieve the keepers.
Okay.
I'm just below you. Make sure you put eyes on me.
Copy that, Nick.
And if you're just joining us, we just reached the 3-hour mark in the planned 6.5-hour spacewalk today.
For a Papa 1 connector on that cable.
Alex?
And I'm sorry, that's Papa 208 and J1 on that cable.
See a A1 to P1 labeling. It's called P208 Ethernet and a J1. So there's two ends to this guy.
And that's affirmative.
Select the right guy. Okay, so I'm backing out now some more.
Okay, Roger.
And if it makes sense to secure that to handrail 351 on the way, you can do that as needed. Otherwise, we'll be looking for the next handrail 1603.
1603.
Okay, Mike, all caps are on the cap keeper, and released it back to the bag.
Okay, we see that. And just verify, are you out of the APFR now?
I'm out of the APFR.
Okay, we copy. And Drew, your next one will be to retrieve the green cable. That'll be down on handrail 328. And again, we'll be watching out for each other's safety tethers. Want to be sure that Nick is clear of that translation path.
Getting a view now of Nick Hague on the top left side of your screen, bearing the red stripes on his suit, and Andrew Morgan on the right side of your screen. The two of them are still rerouting some cables
1603 right now.
and moving through procedures for the spacewalk today.
Okay, we copy, Nick.
And I'm going to throw a wire tie down on 0351. There's a bunch of stuff coming up off the structure there. It'll tighten it up and translation easy.
Earlier this morning, Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan's suits were placed on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk at 7:27 a.m. Central Time as the International Space Station flew 264 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, that absolutely works.
This is a 3814 handrail.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see. I'm right next to you.
Yep.
So this, I've got it tied down on 1603, but you see how it pulls away from structure back that way?
I do.
Yeah, so 351 down there, there's enough slack to pull it and tie it down there, and then pull some of these other wires a little more. What's this acrylic one that's sticking up? You could tie that one down too. That's a mess. That's the.
Yep.
That's also this loop right here. We could bundle it all down by 351, and then we could actually translate through here pretty easy. Okay. I'll keep running the 814 highway.
And we're following along and agree with everything.
Okay, so here's how this is going to work. You gotta watch your safety tether. I'm going to get back on the other side of it. Okay. I clear it. You'll go. Okay. And then I'm going to let this cable, I'm going to hang on to this, and it comes to you. Here we go. Okay, yep, I see a straight line back to it. Let's see the one that you're routing. So right now, you want me to undo the one? Nope, that's all good. Okay, just to add this one. Maybe you can pull that slack down, that loop, and you see the one that's got the twist in it. That's the same cable. It's just got like 4 feet of slack that nobody drew up. Okay. So we can tidy that up a little, I think. And that'll also work to secure down this one. Mike, I've got wire tied down on 1608, moving over to 1614.
Okay, that sounds great, Nick. We've been following the discussion. We like it. We'd like to see the loops drawn out and get the cables a little bit tighter. Once you get that on to 1614, you can get back in the APFR, and we'll call a connection for you.
Okay, sounds good.
A great view now of both of the spacewalkers at work moving through the procedures for today's spacewalk. Again, Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan are continuing to reroute some of these cables to move power to a different side of the International Docking Adapter 3.
And station for EVA, we are seeing what we think might be a little flaking off of the cables, which may be due to them being out there for so long. Just wondering if you have a visual on any shedding or liberating material from the cables.
I haven't noticed anything, but I'll keep looking. Yeah, Mike, I haven't seen anything, but there are these little ties along the way, every couple of inches, and I don't know if it's coming from that or if it's coming from the tape that's labeling the wire ties.
Okay, doke. We copy.
And spacewalk communicator Mike Barrett checking in to see if the crew members noticed any sort of flaking off from the cables. As I mentioned earlier, the cables being routed during the EVA today were brought outside on a previous EVA almost 5 years ago. They've baked in the sun since then, and the cables were expected to be difficult to manipulate and route, but it seems the crew has not had any issues doing so during this spacewalk today.
Mike, I'm in.
Okay, we copy you in, and your next step will be with the blue cable, Papa 208. Again, we want visuals on the safety tethers. You guys have been doing a great job in keeping those clear. make sure those are clear before we mate, and you can remove the cap from Papa 208.
I have the 208 in hand, removing the cap.
And that'll eventually connect to J8.
J8. All right, I got that tacked down on 30351. And like left index finger glove, the panel of RTV, it was the, from, not the pad of the finger, second one in, or excuse me, the third one in. That panel is now on, is liberated, it is gone, but I see RTV intact underneath. This is the left index finger.
Okay, we copy the glove check. Team is talking, and it looks like we're still go.
Copy.
And we definitely appreciate your attention, dude. We're making you use your hands a lot today.
Mike, I've got Papa 208, good EMI bands, no FOD, J8, good pins, no FOD, ready to mate.
And you have a go, Nick.
So, Mike, I believe I head over to get the green cable over on starboard side.
And your go for that, Drew. You're looking for handrail 328, and again, green cable, Papa 209 on the connector.
Papa 209, copy. J8, made it over center.
All right, we copy. The next for you, Nick, will be a cable-to-cable connection. You'll be connecting J1 from the blue cable to P1. That also connects to IDA J6, but this is cable-to-cable J1 to P1. You've got 2 caps to remove to stow on the cap keeper to do that.
J1 to P1. Looking for J1. There's J1 hiding. Okay, I think I got the right 2 ends, Mike. Working on caps.
We copy. And for Drew, you're looking for a Papa 209 connector. And for this one, we want to be really mindful of EV1's safety tether, which will be heading down from there to the PMA where his green hook is dropped. The other concern with this one is cable length.
Yep, and Mike, I got Callie on P209, and as well as Nick's tether, he's got it really well fair-led here, but we will continue to keep an eye on it.
Okay, sounds great. And we'll just be mindful of the tether length here and try to route this with as little slack as possible.
Copy. Mike, I'm finally ready to mate P1 to J1. And I see good in my bands. Good pins, no FOD.
Okay, looks good to us. You have a go, Nick.
Needed over center.
Okay, we copy. That looks great. And Nick, next step.
I've got it.
Next step for you is the purple cable. That's Papa 207 that should be temp stowed next to you. And you go ahead and retrieve that. And go ahead, Drew.
And I've got the P209, and it is part of the loop is tacked under the wire tie of another loop. And so I'm going to get that out, and that's going to give us slack that we definitely are going to need.
Okay, we copy, Drew.
Got filled up those cap keepers. I'll put it on the end of one of the adjustables, the adjustable series.
All right, we copy, Nick.
Actually going to split the series and have the two adjustables independent off of the cap keeper. That'll give me another hook for the other cap as well.
Okay, and we agree, Nick.
Zero 07, 37, read the main good EMI bands, pins no FOD.
Okay, we like it, and you are go to make that connection, Nick.
Work. Needed over center.
Okay, we copy. 207 is mated. And Nick, for next step, that'll be to retrieve that green cable that Drew is working on. Again, we're a little bit concerned with the length of that. And if Nick is able to get that routed under the forward starboard CBM pedal, that'll be great. If there's not sufficient slack, it can go directly to the connector panel. So we'll rely on both of you to let us know how that'll work.
Yeah. Coming your way, Nick. Okay.
And just a heads up on this, the green cable, we're going to mate it, but not throw the lever on that.
Roger. Yeah. Be a little chunk of time to clean up all these cables because there's quite a bit of slack that we've pulled all the way up here just to the base of the IDA.
Okay, we copy. That's definitely where we want the slack, and any cleanup is most appreciated.
Let me take that right.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
That look for slack.
That puts me, that is basically in the mated position. What's that look like?
It's not taut. It has a tiny bit of slack, but it's right behind the grapple fixture. It's not in front of the grapple fixture, but it's behind it.
Can we, is there anything to tie it down to the structure to pull it away from the back of the grapple fixture?
Gonna look here. There's a handrail under the grapple fixture. It would put it over the, directly over the pedal. If Mike thinks that's acceptable to go directly over the pedal, I might be able to get it tacked down to that handrail. I can go see what number it is.
What if we went on the other side of the grapple fixture? Can we do that? The straighter line? No? And this is going to be, it's basically just stretched straight out. There's no way to translate around, is there? Just there's free space.
Yeah, it does. There's just, like I said, maybe just enough slack to tack down. Let me get closer to it and take a look.
And we copied the conversation. If it doesn't go under the CBM pedal, that's okay to go over it. If a handrail is convenient to tack it down, that's great. Otherwise, it could also tack down to cables that are already established there.
I understand, Mike. Basically, it's pulling a straight line from its last wire tie. It's going to come to the panel, and it's going to be sucked up to the back of the grapple fixture. It's not even going to come close to the CBM pedal.
Okay, we copy. And Drew, you probably already did this, but just to verify, there's no further wire ties down there on the Node 2 handrail that might be released and give us a little bit of slack.
Go in for a closer look.
Mike, did you want me to press with removing the cap and putting it in soft dock? Or we
Stand by, Nick.
hold and see how much slack we have?
Nick, you go to make the soft dock. And just a reminder, do not throw the lever.
Copy. Don't throw the lever.
And just for both, Robo's preparing to back away. So if you see that T-Rex receding, that's all per the plan.
Copy all.
So Mike, I have eyes on this all the way down the end cone, and it's really fixed the end cone nicely, and then there's on the end cone handrail there's a wire tie, and it continues on to IDA 2, actually tacked down very nicely. So there's, without releasing a wire tie, it might get us a little bit more, but not much. Right now, I think, Nick, the other side of the grapple fixture kind of looks like it would be equivalent, I think.
Yeah. And it's in soft dock now.
Okay. So if it's in soft dock, this one under the grapple fixture, I can put it down on this underneath here. It would be under a little bit of tension.
All right, we copy, and you're doing just what we were talking about. If you can tack that down to some of the cables that are right there, and with a little bit the tension off, that'll work out just fine.
So, Mike, the cables you'd like to tack it to, the cables we've already run up, or are we talking on the Note 2 end cone?
We were thinking the cables that were already there, but if you can also get it to the handrail 1600, that would work as well.
Okay, yeah, and 1600 was the one, now that I have eyes on it, 1600 is the one underneath the graphic picture that we were considering, so that looks like, Nick, are you still soft docked?
Yeah, I'm soft docked, but I can see you side loading it, so you may want to...
Now just shy of 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk. Recapping some of the milestones from today, the crew was awakened just after 1 a.m. Central Time, and 2 hours later, they were suited up to begin a series of leak checks on the suits before beginning pre-breathe procedures to breathe pure oxygen, cleansing the nitrogen out of their bloodstreams to prevent decompression sickness from occurring once they stepped outside the Quest airlock. The crew then moved to a period of in-suit light exercise, moving their legs and arms to increase their metabolic rate, which would assist in cleansing any extra nitrogen out of their bloodstreams following those pre-breathe procedures. After those in-suit light exercises concluded, NASA astronaut Christina Koch began fixing the crew's mini workstations to the front of their extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, as the acronym goes by. Cook and Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency then began to fix what are called safer backpacks to the spacewalk crew's suits.
Free to work down there and try to deconflict that cable the best possible.
The crew was then assisted through the hatchway to the crew lock of the Quest airlock to begin depressurization. And after depressurization concluded, Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan's suits were placed on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk at 7:27 a.m. Central, as the International Space Station flew 264 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean.
There will be that cable and the cleanup that you were already working on up at the IDA.
Since the official start time, the crew attached a series of cables between IDA-3 and PMA-3 to provide power and data connections between PMA-3 and the International Docking Adapter itself. Once those cables were routed, Christina Koch, working from a control panel inside the Harmony module, sent commands to close the hooks and form a hard mate between the IDA-3 and PMA-3. Crew's now continuing to move through procedures to complete cable demating and rerouting to supply power to the portion of the IDA where future commercial crew vehicles will dock.
And station for EVA, just some big words, big picture words. You guys are on the timeline. You're 3:30 in, and we're looking at a 6:25 EVA. And we think we'll probably have time for the S0 thrust jumper, but we want to get your quick assessment and be sure how much juice you have left.
Things are going well. How you doing, Drew?
I'm doing well.
Yep. That sounds reasonable.
Okay, we copy. We'll press.
Mike, Mike, I'm back up the forward side in proximity to the...
Dexter is now backing away from the International Docking Adapter 3.
Okay, great. And we're just looking for cable routing and clean up the best we can. Use additional wire ties if you need to. And again, try to avoid covering SVS targets if possible.
Copy. Mike, for the bundle coming off of the forward panel, I can add another to the Zenith expansion of the 1601 handrail. That would help hold it all again a little bit closer to PMA.
All right, we concur, Drew. Good plan.
And we're starting to see the gap now between the Dexter Special Purpose Dexterous Manipulator and the grapple fixture on IDA 3 as it continues to back away.
And for EV1 and 2, about a minute to a handover.
Okay, copy, Mike. Copy.
We're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but should be regaining communications here shortly.
How's it going, Nick? It's a mess. A lot of extra cables.
Yeah.
A lot of extra cable length. It's given up on not clobbering this handrail.
These pre-integrated wire ties are making it really, really challenging.
Exactly where you don't need them.
And Nick, I think the priority is to keep it tightly adherent to PMA, so, right, and as close to structure as possible. Yeah, affirmative. Okay. Mike, you with us?
Yeah, we sure are. We've been watching your work, and we like it a lot, and we're following your discussions, and we agree we want that as flush as we can. And for Nick, we'll take a glove and hat check now that you got a pause going.
Sure. This is dry. Those are good. I did, so the thing I've noticed is that I guess the EVA tape overwrap on the cables, some of has been fraying, and that stuff has been floating away. You can see some of it stuck to my hand. I don't know if that's what you were seeing earlier, but my gloves, no change to the gloves.
Okay, we copy. Dry hab, no change to the gloves, and we did see a little bit liberate there, just as you were saying.
So, Mike, trying to give you a decent WVS survey of the routing here. I'm looking at the three cables coming up the 1603, 1608, 1614, and then around the handrail 1614. Let me pull up all the slack from everything above it. Those all look to be in a decent config. You guys agree?
All right, Nick, great work. Your cable config looks real good. We're not sure about that green cable. I know you were holding off on that. I think that's the only one that looks to be in needing of a little of attention, but otherwise, great work.
I'll give you another perspective on that green cable. I don't know if you can see it in my WVS as it runs behind the grapple fixture right now. Make it stable for you.
Okay, that looks about as...
If you pulled the taut line between the two places, it'd go straight through the grapple fixture.
All right, we copy, Nick, and we understand. We'll get that cleaned up once we throw the lever at the end there. For now, we'd like you to go down to the port side and pull out the one remaining loop down there.
Hey, Mark.
Okay, Mike, I've got the bundle of cables going to the forward panel now. They are wire tied to both the Zenith and the Nadir extension of 1601. It's pretty tame on the way up for a couple of these wire ties, the integrated wire ties sticking out.
Okay, we understand, Drew.
I'm over the top of your safety tether right now.
And for Drew, just verify you used one extra wire tie. Is that correct?
Oh, I was able to line up this pre-integrated one here, and I wrapped the bundle with a pre-integrated one at the stanchion.
Okay, we copy that. And obviously, you guys are at nighttime, but Drew, we'd like a WVS survey if we can, and to get a good look at the Zenith aspect in particular.
Copy. All right, so this is the Nadir here, MA.
We see it, and it looks good.
And then this is the bundle at the Zenith, 1602.
Okay, we're looking at it.
A view from helmet camera number 11, which is Nick Haig's helmet camera. He is bundling some cables right now as Nick and Andrew continue to run through procedures for the spacewalk today.
And when you've got the entirety of it VMS for us, then we'll take a glove and hap check for you.
Copy. That original flap on my right index finger is still there. It's still attached. The flap on the right thumb panel is still attached, and nothing new. And then on the left one, the left thumb panel, that one is still attached as well. I mentioned the one on the left index finger, second panel in, that panel separated itself. There's RTV intact underneath. And then on the left palm, the RTV in the center, in between the index finger and the thumb, there's a flap developed there as well. Tap is dry.
Okay, we copy dry hap and the words on the gloves. With this all being RTV, we're still good to continue, Drew.
I got the loop out of one cable that you pointed out. So it's all a little more flush now.
Okay, great.
We'll pull up a lot of slack up the side of node 2 as well.
Okay, great work. And for both, the arm is in motion, although you have to stare at it a while to convince yourself of that. But it is backing away. Nick, your next step will be to get a inventory of the cap keepers.
The arm is now in motion to back the Dexter away from the grapple fixture on the International Docking Adapter 3.
Over there.
And station for EVA, just Drew, your next step will actually be a cap keeper inventory as well. And your cap keeper is tended back to the bag, so you know exactly where it is.
Copy. Hey, Mike, so I've got the cap keeper. I'll start with the bit of the bag. There's a ret from the lid to a cap keeper, and all hooks have caps. And then there is an adjustable to one of the hooks, and there's a cap on each end of the adjustable. And then the one adjustable hook that was available has an additional, so I can give you a total tally count of all the caps.
Okay, we copy, Drew. That's a good inventory, and we'll take next.
10 caps, it looks like. I think that looks correct.
Okay, that's a good number, and we'll get report from Nick.
Hey, Mike, I've got one cap keeper with 7 caps on it. The second cap keeper, I've got an adjustable with a cap on the end. I've got one adjustable with jumpers attached. I've got a adjustable with a cap on it. And I've got one 4 or 5 caps in addition to the ones I already called out.
And Nick, we copy all. We think we should have one more cap. We should have a total of 14. We think we counted 13.
So I've got 7 on one cap keeper, 5 on French hooks on the second cap keeper, and 2 on the end of adjustables. There's 14 caps. There's 3 adjustables and 2 jumpers.
Okay, that is great. Good numbers. You can go ahead and stow that cap keeper.
Fourth adjustable time. Tim stowing it down. So Okay, copy. I'll stow it away.
All right, great work, Nick. And then just for next step, once you get that stowed, you'll be going down to PMA2 to pick up your green hook.
Copy. Some more that's coming back
Yes,
to the
back.
Okay, on its way.
Is the release hook still available on here for me, or is it?
Yeah, no, there should be a free and an adjustable.
Yep, I see it.
People makes for a nice translation now.
And Drew, next step for you will be to get an inventory of the large ORU bag.
So we've covered cap keepers, and the camera is deployed. I will start as you face the lid on the left, and I've got a GoPro camera on an adjustable and a RET to the reflector bag, and then I have a RET to a large small adjustable. And down to the right side as you face the lid, we have elongation tie-down tethers and gap check tool, scraper tool connected to them.
We're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but we should be gaining communications back here shortly.
And Station Houston for EVA back with you after a short handover. And Drew, we copied the inventory and we accounted for everything, so well done on that. And your next step will be for the H fixture MLI.
Copy.
And Nick, once you pick up your green hook, we'll have you retrieve the portable wireless camera as well.
Understand. Green hook is up.
Okay, we copy that. With the wireless camera, we'll have you close the lens cover first and RET to the camera, and then retrieve that along with the adjustable on handrail 405. And Drew, just a note, as you're heading up to the H fixture, you're going to be doing this reverse origami to fold that thing over it. But while you're nearby that, you'll be releasing the IDA thermal cover straps on the port side of the cover when you can reach those at your convenience.
Okay, copy. And the reflector trunnions, remind me, is that acceptable is that no touch, or is that acceptable to touch?
And you can translate on the trunnions, no problem. And just a reminder that the OTCM is just a couple of feet above you there.
Copy, see it.
One of the tasks for the spacewalk today is the removal of the thermal cover on the IDA to install a pair of reflectors on the new IDA, which will serve as the new docking queues, amongst others, for the approaching commercial crew vehicles.
Mike, I was going to put 1 foot in the APFR for this, if that's acceptable.
And that's a good plan, Drew.
Hagen Morgan will also place a cover on the grapple fixture of the IDA, to which the special purpose dexterous manipulator grappled onto 2 days ago to extract the IDA from the trunk of SpaceX Dragon. It was then maneuvered into its pre-install position just a few feet away from PMA-3 for today's installation. And we have a view of Dexter leaving the bottom of the screen right now as it backs away from the IDA-3.
Okay, FAH fixture.
All right, Nick, we see you stowing the camera in the large ORU bag. After that, we'll be looking for a quantity of wire ties in your caddy and on your BRT before we hedge off.
Okay. Hey, Mike, UVS survey of the fixture MOI.
Okay, it looks good from here. We do have a pretty good view of it, and if you're happy, we're happy on it. And while you're there, release whatever IDA thermal cover straps on the port side of the cover that you can get.
Copy, I've released 1400.
Again, one of the next milestones in the spacewalk today will be the removal of the large multi-layer insulation cover over the end of the IDA. Removing that will expose the passive soft capture system. The soft capture ring with 3 guide pedals, 3 latch strikers, and 3 soft capture sensors will serve as the docking targets for the new commercial crew vehicles during final approach for contact and capture.
To contact any of the ceiling surfaces. And you are go to stow the IDA reflector bag outside.
A view now from Andrew Morgan's helmet cam number 18. He is now undoing some straps that will help remove the insulation cover on the IDA.
For next steps for Nick, once we get the number of wire ties you have on your caddy and your BRT, you'll be picking up the APFR from WIF 5.
Roger. I've got 1 long wire tie in my wire tie caddy. 1 long and 2 short on my BRT.
Okay, we copy. And for Drew, just watching out for the PDT there with your feet.
Copy. Okay, I'm next to the APFR. I'm going to stow the ingress aid and get ready to retrieve it.
All right, we copy, Nick. And Drew, just for next steps, once you have the reflector bag definitively stowed out there, you'll be retrieving the adjustable, the large small, on a ret from the large ORU bag and attaching that adjustable equipment tether to the IDA thermal cover fabric handrail.
Copy. It's going to be fun to pack that. Yep. Okay, I've got the large small to the fabric handrail. And Mike, if I'm at a pit, this pit pin, can I go ahead and do it, or do I need to release all the straps before the pit pins?
Drew, you're going to release those pit pins that are within your reach.
Okay, so I've released the one that's by 1406, handrail 1406.
Okay, we copy.
As you can see now, the views have become dark, as they have several times throughout the spacewalk today, and that's because the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times a day, so there will be points throughout the rest of the spacewalk today when Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan are in direct light of the sun, and other times when they are in complete darkness, as they are now. And that happens as the station moves through orbital daytimes and night times.
And the spider cable activity, no need to ingress the airlock for further wire ties just now.
Okay, understand.
And for Nick,
More have fun.
For Nick, as you're translating down there, you'll be going along the green-white cable, the first one that Drew routed up there. Drew had mentioned that it may stand a little bit more securing down there. If you happen to see it and you can use a integral wire tie of convenience, we'd like you to do that.
Okay.
Andrew, just as a reminder, when you have all the straps and the pit pins released, you'll be lifting the cover zenith to avoid contact and rolling it or folding it from aft to forward, and then tend it down into the bag.
Copy.
Again, an upcoming milestone is the removal of the thermal cover on the International Docking Adapter right now. Andrew Morgan is working to unstrap that thermal cover to then remove it. An up-close view from Andrew Morgan's helmet camera number 18, as he continues to unstrap that thermal cover for removal.
Okay, Mike, all the straps and the two tip pins are released.
All right, we copy, Drew. Again, you can watch your feet there, and you can roll or fold it from aft to forward, and use an adjustable to contain it as you need to.
Copy.
And Drew, just a note, your tether is between your legs. If you kick your right leg forward, you might be able to get that out of there.
Thanks.
Well done.
Mike, I'm quite a bit of slack in this, so I'm making a loop and collecting the slack on handrail 374.
All right, we copy that, Nick. Great work.
Mike, it seems to want to open like a pizza box.
Okay, Drew, it looks like it's coming loose now as advertised. How's it looking to you?
Yeah, it was completely clear of the mating surface.
Okay, great.
And you can see that thermal cover floating on the bottom left-hand side of your screen right now. Now 4 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk, as a new docking adapter is now installed to the space station.
It's cleaned up now.
The International Docking Adapter 3 was officially installed this morning.
Give you a WDS survey.
And it joins an identical docking adapter, IDA-2, which was installed to pressurized mating adapter 2 almost 3 years ago to the day on August 19, 2016. The installation of the new IDA today marks the second port of call to which U.S. commercial crew vehicles will dock to.
And Nick, we're good with the routing.
Copy. Another sunrise. Adjustable fair lead is up off of 375.
Houston copies.
translating back to the airlock. How's it going, some more?
MOI going into the bag.
Stiff or is it cooperating?
It's, haven't started folding it up.
And for Drew, we copy your work there. It may help you to BRT in place to get that wrestled in there.
Copy.
And starting to get some glimpses of sunlight as the International Space Station travels over the Pacific Ocean, headed into an orbital daytime.
In the corner on ESP2.
Okay, we copy, Nick.
Now that the thermal cover has been removed from IDA3, we're getting an exposed view at the bottom of your screen of the passive soft capture system.
And for Dick, a reminder, you're headed to WIF 11 to drop the APFR. Clocking is 3, further settings to come.
Again, the section you see at the bottom of your screen now is the portion of the International Docking Adapter 3 to which U.S. commercial crew vehicles will dock to.
Okay, the width is in at a clocking of 3. Ready for setting.
Okay, we
Full
see
twist test.
clocking of 3. We copy a good pull twist test, and you're looking for Quebec, Foxtrot 3.
Quebec, Foxtrot 3.
Good copy. And for Nick, just verify got a good black on black check with the locking collar.
Hey, firm. Sorry about that. That call.
No worries. Looks good to us.
Update, Mike, almost completely contained.
No, you're doing great, Drew. It's like beating a big hostile marshmallow.
Yep. Hey, Mike, I've got it, Quebec, Foxtrot 3.
Okay, great work, Nick, and we'll take a glove and hap inspection after your translation.
Good.
Okay, Mike, I've got that code in the bag, the MLI, and I've got the reflector bag with me.
All right, we copy, Drew. If you have that stowed on your BRT, you can translate to the aft side of PMA3 to the planar reflector.
Copy.
And of course, your next
Gloves
step.
look good. I'm going to say gloves look good. Hap's dry.
Okay, we copy good glove and hap for EV1, and you can go ahead and retrieve the insulator sleeve from the WIFX and stow that in behind your mini workstation.
Copy.
And you guys are just a bit ahead of the timeline. And for EV2, of course, your next step is to get the MLI from the reflector bag and stow that onto the PMA3 planar reflector.
Copy.
Mike, I've got the MLI behind my workstation to translate out.
All right, very good. And just a reminder to translate aft, then zenith over the airlock, and fairly to the base of the CETA spur.
Okay.
And for EV2, for Drew, we're about midday up there. And just a reminder that PMA can get pretty hot up there, so avoid the prolonged contact.
Copy. Translating back to port side.
And for Nick, we're recommending handrail. We see you, and we're recommending handrail 3400 as a fair lead point at the base of the Sea to Spur.
Copy. Hey, Mike, PMA reflector point goes towards the mating surface.
And we want the tether point towards the ISS Zenith on that.
Copy.
And Nick, we appreciate your determination with that fair lead.
All victories.
And once on the forward facer, we recommend dropping a green hook at mile marker 7560.
Copy. 7560. Hey, Mike, how's that looking, WVS?
And it looks good to us. And no, it looks great, Drew. I think we can move on to the next step, the hemi-reflector A. And just a caution with that, to avoid contact with the black sphere of the hemi-reflectors, just use the handles only.
Copy.
And we think it's easier.
Green hook's down.
Okay, we copy Nick, standby. Drew, we think it'll be easier if you're on the left side with your head up zenith there on the left side of the trunnion to perform the heavy reflector install.
Copy that with my right shoulder to it.
Copy. And for Nick, we recommend that you push your safety tether pack into the truss, or your safety tether into the truss ahead of your body, and you'll be looking for handrail 3446. That'll be on the starboard side, your left as you go in, and you can follow that to the aft handrails along the back there.
Copy.
And a quick warning, do not touch any of the heat pipes in Bay 1 after the nadir cedar rail.
Copy.
Now 4 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, Andrew Morgan and Nick Hague will begin to install 2 heavy reflectors, which will serve as docking aids that will provide visual cues for the approaching U.S. commercial crew vehicles as they are on final approach for contact and capture to the newly installed International Docking Adapter 3.
And Nick, you'll of course be coming face-to-face with patch panel Alpha 165. That'll be zenith and in the aft depth there. Let us know when you see that, and we'll want to verify your gauntlets are in place.
Tally ho, and gauntlets are in place.
All right, we see it. It's a great view. And a warning, avoid allowing the ungrounded connector recontact with the ISS structure, and that's Papa 338.
Copy.
First step with that is to release the TA clamp zenith of that ungrounded connector, Papa 338. It should be near handrail 3463. You should be able to follow the cable up to the TA clamp.
Please.
All right, we see that. And recommend then BRT near the ungrounded connector. Recommended handrail is 3466.
Okay. We've already got a BRT down on 3465. I think it'll work.
Okay, if that works, then you can retrieve that insulating sleeve.
Okay.
And we'd like you to pull Papa 338 away from the structure and wrap with that sleeve. And again, avoid recontact. And there'll be a Velcro on the booty to engage, as well as a captive wire tie. And we want no metal showing.
Understand.
And Station Houston for EVA back with you after a short handover. And Drew, we think we see you on your way to Trunnion Pin Alpha.
Yep, I'm BRT'd here and getting ready to pull out Alpha.
Okay, we copy. You can pull the reflector alpha from the Hemi bag. A note to leave the pit pin in the stowage location during mounting.
Copy.
And for EV1, Nick, we see the booty in place. Great work on that. You don't have to untwist that wire tie. Just wrap it around like it looks like you're doing.
Copy all.
And next step, Nick, will be to close that TA clamp, preferably with the cable back engaged. But if not, it's okay. We just mainly need that TA clamp reclosed.
Okay, understand. Work.
All right, Drew, we see installation in process. There should be a definitive soft dock there. And once that soft dock is established, you can remove the pit pin from stowage and move it to the install position.
4 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, Andrew Morgan beginning to install 2 Hemi reflectors, which will serve as docking aids that will provide visual cues for the approaching U.S. commercial crew vehicles as they are on final approach for contact and capture to the newly installed International Docking Adapter 3. Meanwhile, Nick Hague is working to install a cover over the PMA-3 planner reflector that will mask any false lock indications for new commercial crew vehicles when they approach for rendezvous and docking.
All right, Nick, we see that TA clamp closed, so well done on that. Next, we'll have you translate down to the red truss jumper cable. That'll be Whiskey 4194. And that'll be on the handrail 3452. That's aft nadir inside.
Getting a live view from helmet camera number 18, which is that of Andrew Morgan's, as Andrew Morgan
removing caps from the red cable.
Looks like he is getting close to installing the first of 2 Hemi reflectors on the IDA-3.
And Drew, we see the pit pin in the install position, and it looks like your red is already off, so you can translate to the IDA forward starboard trunnion pin Bravo.
Copy, forward starboard. Mike, retrieve the cable, working on the caps now.
Okay, we copy.
Ground controllers here in Mission Control Houston still reporting that both spacewalkers are still ahead of schedule.
And for EV2, Drew, just because we have eyes on you, we see you're a tether between the legs again, just as a heads up. Okay, well done.
Mike, I'm not sure I can get the second cap in my trash bag. Doesn't look like it's going to go through the opening.
Okay, stand by, we're talking. And we understand we may just have to contend with it on your mini workstation, but you should be okay tether-wise for the remaining tasks.
I agree. I got plenty of hooks. I picked up a couple, picked up an adjustable off the MOI cover.
All right, we copy then. Your next step will be down on handrail 3452. There are some wire ties. One should be labeled wire tie 7. That should release the red bundle.
Yeah, copy all. It's released.
With that, wire tie 8 from the red truss jumper, you can release that to uncoil the cable, and that'll, of course, run up to the panel A165.
8 being released. Wire tie 8's released.
Okay, we copy, and there's 2 connectors you're taking up with you, and you'll translate with the red truss jumper up to panel Alpha 165.
There.
And for Nick, for next steps, what we'd like you to do is release a TA clamp zenith of Papa 340.
Released.
And the next step then will be on the Alpha 165 demate connector Papa 340 from J340.
Okay, copy and work.
And Drew, we see you BRT'd in position for trunnion pin Bravo.
Affirmative, and getting it out of the bag now. .340, J340, demated, 10, 5.
Okay, we copy and we see it over center. Your next action then is to check connectors P340 alpha and mate that to J340.
Copy. P340 alpha to J340. pins, no fog, good EMI band. We're sending ready to mate.
And you have a go, P340 to J340.
A340 is mated. We're center.
Okay, we see that. Great work. And next is a cable-to-cable connection after a connector check, Papa 340 to J340 Alpha.
Hey. Fog, good pins, good EMI band. A340 Alpha, Papa 340.
Good words, and your go to mate.
Okay.
Mike, reflector B is in place, the tip pin is in place. And I'm going to release the red.
Okay, we copy. Drew, great work, and once you get that red released, we'll have you step back and pause for another glove and hap check.
Copy.
And for
over center.
Okay, we see made it over center. That looks great. And for Drew, as you're doing your glove check, we'll just take whatever changes might be there since the last one.
Copy.
For Nick, you can secure any slack in that red cable as required to 3465. You can use those integrated wire ties number 7 and 8 that you used before.
Copy all.
And then we'd like the TA clamps near handrail 3463 closed, with the cable if possible, but mainly they need to be closed.
Okay, understand. And Mike, should I be concerned about metal-to-metal contact on this free float connection with the, like we were with the ungrounded connector?
And that's a negative. Those cables, those connectors have grounding features, so we're fine.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Mike, on the left glove, the slots that were missing before, no change. And then on the right glove, the right for the first panel that we first reported, that panel now is gone. And my thumb flap is still there. I have the second panel on the index finger on the right glove is also elevated now.
And we copied, Drew. Just for the panel that's gone, is it still RTV underneath? And we think we heard that as a yes. Is that correct?
Affirmative. There's still RTV.
All right, we copy that, and we're still good to press. So, Drew, we'd like you to stow the IDA reflector bag back inside the large ORU bag, and without letting that MLI cover off, close the large ORU bag.
Copy.
And, Drew, we'll take a hap check from you also.
The hap is dry.
Copy dry hap.
So, Mike, I don't know if you can see in the WVS, I've got the, I used handrail 3464 with the integrated wire tie to collect all of the black and the red cable.
Okay, we can see that, and we see you taking closeout photos there.
Now nearing 5 hours into today's spacewalk, Andrew Morgan just completed the installation of 2 Hemi reflectors, which will serve as the docking aids that will provide visual cues for the approaching U.S. commercial crew vehicles as they are on their final approach for contact and capture to the newly installed International Docking Adapter 3. Meanwhile, Nick Hague is still working to install a series of truss jumpers. We're getting a view from his helmet camera right now, which is helmet camera 11.
Back into the bag. We would like you to pan photograph the area. We want good documentation of PMA2, Node 2, and the IDA3.
Now documenting all of the sites around him.
The paddles on the RT grabbed that flap that was on my left index finger. I'm holding it now. I should stick it in my trash bag.
Okay, and we agree if you can pop that in your trash bag. And Drew, just looking at night coming in about 20 minutes or so, we'd like you to BRT in place and take those photos the best you can, and then we'll go ahead and close the large ORU bag after restowing the reflector bag.
Copy. Hey, Mike, I'm finished with closeout photos.
Okay, we copy that, and we're happy with the imagery. And your go to egress S0 Bay 1, and once you get out, we'll take safer handle checks.
Copy. Mike, I'm on phase 1, and safer handles are down. Good gloves, no change, half dry.
Okay, you're at our mines then. Copy all, and you're going to retrieve your green hook, and then we'll go on to the spider cable for the next step.
Understand. Good work.
And for Nick, before you leave the area, we would like another, it looks like you were trying to give us a WVS survey there. If you could do that again, just hit all the angles you can for us.
Yep, sure.
All right, Nick, appreciate it. That looks great. You're good to go ahead and pick up a green hook.
Good work. I'm working on stowing the reflector bag in the ORU bag.
All right, we copy that, Drew.
Now 5 hours into today's spacewalk, Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan continue to move through those procedures a little bit ahead of schedule today. One of many milestones today was the installation of the International Docking Adapter 3 to the Pressurized Mating Adapter 3. Again, the new IDA marks the second port of call to which U.S. commercial crew vehicles will dock to.
Nick, just big picture words, you're going to do the spider cable next, and the first translation will be actually port on phase 1 to mile marker 7920. And from there, you'll drop down to the lab, and that'll keep your tether deconflicted with Drew's.
Okay, understand. Mike, before I close up the bag, I would report that there are 3 rets inside the reflector bag.
Okay, we copy, and that sounds good to us, Drew. So, Drew, just for next steps, once you get that bag good and closed up, your next step will be to retrieve the APFR from the port side there that you've been using, and you'll be taking that back to the CETA card on WIF 5, the WIF from whence it came.
Copy. Mike, I picked up my green hook. Those are unlocked.
All right, we copy, Nick. You can head out port to mile marker 7920.
920, thanks.
And that should put you just above the port lab strut, which you'll take Nader down to the lab.
Okay. Mike, I'm at handrail 285. Starter cable in sight.
Okay, great work. We'd like you just to verify the cable bundle is in place at the 285 forward stanchion there. And the cable is Whiskey 4300.
Tally ho.
All right, with that, you can release wire tie number 3. That should be restraining the cable bundle to that handrail 285. And once you get that released, you can reinstall that wire tie without restraining bundle.
Okay, understand.
Mike, the reflector bag is inside, and I go ahead and we're going to close the bag up.
And that's affirmative, Drew. You're go to close that bag. Drew, it might help you to close one of those lid straps and allow you to kind of stuff the cap keepers and any other loose items under there to get it closed.
Copy that.
Drew Morgan now working to close his bag that he had today, while Nick Hague continues to move through spider cable procedures.
Mike, the wire tie number 3 is integral to the cable. It doesn't line up with the 285 handrail. You want me to, we want it to be secured to 285, don't we?
And yes, Nick, we do actually want it to be restrained to 285.
Okay, make it happen.
Getting a view now from Drew Morgan's helmet cam. And he's working now to close that bag in front of him.
And for Nick, we've been talking legalities here. We don't want to untwist a wire tie and reuse it, so we're going to have to ask you to burn one of your wire ties and keep one on 285 for us.
Okay, so this one's already released. Can I use this, or do you not want me to use it? Trash it?
We're talking, Nick.
Okay.
All right, Nick.
Good.
All right, Nick.
Or, you know, sore. What's up?
You guys are both doing great. Nick, we would indeed like you to trash that one. So if you can get that into your trash bag and then put one of your personal ones down on 285.
Okay, no problem. photos over there, or are you still wrestling ORU?
No, I'm just trying to get, I've got the hard stuff in now, caps.
I want to fly. Okay, Mike, I've got a wire tied down on the aft other point on handrail 285. I'm going to secure the spider cable.
Okay, we appreciate that. And your next move will be zenith and aft towards lab handrail 0240. That'll be just outboard of the struts.
Understand. Yeah.
And wire tie 4 should coincide with that. It may be loose enough to slide a little bit, but that'll be next. And for Drew, good work getting that Kraken in the bag. I think it looks good for us, so you're good to press.
Okay, yep, I think everything's contained. There's still a half or two sneaking out, but we'll get that when we grab it.
Okay, and not required. You've got a good bundle to bring in, and you can proceed to the APFR and get that stowed on your BRT.
Okay. The TA clamp here, Mike, I think it was already undone, but
anyway, you get it.
Okay, and either of those two handrails will do, the one you have your hand on now or the one just forward of it. We'd like a wire tie on one of those.
Mike, does that last for EV1?
Yeah, sorry, that was for EV1, and we copy you, Drew.
Yeah, I understand, Mike. I'm trying to gauge how this integrated wire tie is going to work. Way it slides a little. Mike, the integrated wire tie is loose enough it can slide a couple inches, but the ties that are on the cable every 4 inches or so prevent it from sliding any more than that. And it's off by probably a foot or two. Maybe different wire tie.
Okay, we copy that. We'll have you stand by for just a moment, Nick, while we head scratch. And so just to confirm, neither one of those handrails are in reach of the integrated wire tie?
So the integrated wire tie is right now about 2 feet aft of the aft point of handrail 2, 3.
Okay, we copy, Nick. Stand by. Okay, Nick, we think that you'll be fine to pull the cable from the last wire tie point all the way to the end cone as long as we're not impinging on ESP1.
Okay. I will check that out.
And you'll be looking for a handrail 211 on the lab aft end cone. And with any luck, that'll coincide with wire tie number 5 on there.
Okay.
And just a caution before. Okay, just a caution as you enter the S0 cable tray, the rat's nest, try not to bump the many existing connectors and fluid lines in place there.
Copy. We'll touch nothing.
Mike, this collar is stubborn like it was before. It doesn't want to go that last half centimeter.
Okay, we copy for both inside of 2 minutes to a short handover, and stand by, Drew.
It was sticky like this when I picked it up. And I've got the ingress aid folded up, and there are, and I'm not holding on to the APFR, so I'm not loading it up.
All right, we copy, Drew, and we understand it's a bit sticky. If it would help to BRT to a local handrail, get a bit of leverage on that thing and just use a bit more force.
Roger.
And Mike, when I pull that all the way to the end cone, basically I can draw a straight line from tether point to on 285 to handrail 210. The integrated wire tie actually matches up with an unmembered handrail at the base of the, I guess this is the lab strut. I can wire tie it there, it'll stay taut. I'll give you a WVS of what it looks like.
Okay, that sounds great as long as it's very taut, and just want to verify that ESP1 and its payloads now and potential are clear. And 10 seconds to hand over.
Clear. Happy. I try to give you WBS so you guys are happy with it.
Okay, we copy clear and standing by.
We're in a short handover period between satellites right now, but should be regaining communications here shortly.
Plugging away some more?
Yeah, it's retrieving this APFR.
Any surprises?
The APFR?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just got it up. It was, the collar was quite sticky at pickup, and sticky again.
I think that's the same one I used out at the lab, or when we did the batteries, and it was sticky.
Yeah, so I had the BRT to put a little into it.
Yeah. I found using both hands was beneficial.
And station Houston for EVA, back with you. And Drew, we understand you were able to wrestle the APFR out.
Correct. It is on my BRT now.
Okay, great. In translating back to the starboard CETA card, just a reminder, do not retrieve your green hook at this time. You'll be back this way soon.
Copy. Green hook stays.
Mike, I don't know if you can see it on the WVS. I'm trying to show you the path of the spider cable as it runs behind ESP1 and down the lab.
Okay, and we see your WVS view, and especially with your eyes on there, if you can tell us ESP1 is clear, that'll be important for us.
Absolutely. We are inches away from the lab outer shell, and you've got well more than a foot all the way around ESP1.
Okay, we copy that. Great work then, and we'll be looking for handrail 211, and we think that should coincide with wire tie number 5 on your bundle.
It looks like it does, Mike.
Okay, we copy that. We were worried about the misalignment, but better lucky than good.
Yeah, this one's within inches.
Now 5 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk, Nick Hague is almost done with the spider cable connections. And Drew Morgan is continuing to move through his procedures.
All right, Nick is crossing over the top of your tether. Okay, understand. See ya. And that's a lap strip on the side. Mike, remind me, this goes exactly back where it was.
And that's affirmative, Drew. And Drew, once you get there, clocking and settings are your discretion. We just like it low profile, and let us know what you end up with.
Copy. Hey, Mike, I got the wire tie down on 211.
Okay, with that, you can release wire tie number 6, give yourself a little bit more slack, and proceed on into the rat's nest.
And there.
And for Nick, there's a wire tie that should be labeled port on it. It should have a second tape flag with a blue dot on it. You can release that. That separates the port connectors from the spare starboard connectors. And for both, we're just inside 1 minute to a handover.
Copy. Copy. the thick part of the spider cable before it wires.
In a brief handover right now between communications satellites as the International Space Station is flying over the Indian Ocean heading toward Australia.
And Station Houston for EVA back with you after the handover. And for Nick, we caught just the last of that. We will be looking to install the wire tie port on an edge handrail on the aft lab tray. That'll be a port aft handrail on the edge of the aft lab.
Now regaining those communications.
Copy that, Mike. And I see where the starboard one's going to go as well. I've got an integrated wire tie number 6 that was holding those two bundles together. Was there a location for that that you wanted me, or do you just want me to use it to take up some of the slack? Because there's about 4 feet of the cable before I get to the Y that's going to end up being slack here when I tie those two bundles down.
Stand by, Nick. And Nick, we didn't have a designated place for wire tie number 6, but if you have some excess cable, you can attach a loop or a coil to that same handrail, the port handrail on the edge there. And that and the wire tie labeled port could go to that same edge handrail to keep things clean.
Okay, understand that. If you're good, then I'd like to put down the starboard bundle first, just to make sure I don't short myself. And then I'll clean things up back here on the port side of the rest now.
Okay, we like your plan.
Okay, Mike, I've got it in with 5. The clocking is at the double line is 5. Double line.
Okay, we copy 5 of the double line, and again, your discretion for further settings. Just try to keep it low profile and report settings to us.
Copy.
And for Drew, mainly you just get it pitched down, and you don't have to mess with the yaw.
Okay, copy. And I got black on black and a good pull twist.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Drew.
And lock knob just having a little trouble.
Okay, I understand. Is that sticky?
It looks like that at install as well. I was eventually able to get it.
Okay, we copy. And just for next step, Nick, once you're happy with the APFR, and we'll take the settings from you, you'll be moving over to WIF 2 on the port CETA cart and putting a wire tie on the APFR ingress aid there.
Okay, Mike, I've got those the port starboard bundles, slacks taken up. I took some photos for you guys so you can see the config. The WVS.
Okay, that all sounds great. And
Twice as busy back here now.
Well done. And we will take a glove and hat check after all that from you, Nick.
Sure thing. So gloves, I have one change on my left index finger, mid finger. There's a little chunk of RTV that is come out. It looks like the pad might be delaminating a little bit. Everything underneath looks intact and undisturbed. That's dry.
Okay, we copy dry hap and we copy the change in the glove. And we're going to do a little bit of replanning. Big picture for Drew, you're going to continue on to, again, the port CETA cart once you're finished at the starboard CETA cart there and get that wire tie placed on the ingress aid. Then we'll be sending you back to the PMA. There we'll have a couple of steps for you to do before you pick up the large ORU bag. For Nick, we're going to send you back to PMA 3 as well. And we will have you on the aft IDA panel doing the final lever throw for the cable there. And that's Papa 209, and we'll have you fix a couple of wire ties there. So that's where we'll go next, and we'll call your steps as we get there.
Okay, and Mike, I've got, so again, the clocking is one. I know you gave you the double line. The pitch is Yankee Yankee. All is Delta. And the yaw didn't change.
Okay, we'll take it as
like
it is.
A yaw of 12.
Okay, yaw of 12. And mostly we want the pitch and low profile, and I think we're there. With that, Drew, you can move over to the port CETA cart and start working on the wire tie on the ingress aid.
Copy. Port CETA cart heading there now.
And we copy, Nick.
And I am translating. Out of the red now. Mike, for tether deconfliction, I'm going to come up the starboard side of the lab.
Okay, we agree with that.
Drew.
Yeah, you can see how I'm strung across.
Yep,
direct.
I see it. I'm clear of it. You own port. I'll stay starboard. Translating over the top of your line. The safety tether run into your green hook. We're clear.
Copy.
And EVA for Nick, we see you really close to handrail 345, and that's an area we think we have wire tie we'd like to move to the stanchion, which we believe is on the handrail itself. If you could grab that and move it to the stanchion, that'd be great.
345. Let me progressive to that, Mike.
Stand by.
I'm on 370 right now.
So 345 should be up close to the base of PMA 3 and on the starboard aft aspect of it.
Okay, I'll head that way. I know the one you're talking about.
It should be right at the end of the gap spanner there, traversing towards the PMA base.
Okay, Mike, a wire tie at the base of this ingress head.
Okay, we got. Yeah, we're looking for a short wire tie on the base of the ingress aid, and that's that's the APFR and WIF 2 there.
Correct. It's on the swing arm WIF. The only APFR that I see on the cart.
And that should be it, Drew. You go to press. And for Nick, if you can just use the bunny ears there to get it stabilized. You may not have to untwist it all, but your discretion to get it trim and on the stanchion.
Copy. That's cleaned up.
Okay, that looks great.
I cleaned up at 345.
Okay, Nick, that looks great. We're going to send you to the aft IDA panel now, and you'll be throwing the lever on Papa 209 when you get in a good position of that.
Copy. No. Okay, got the wire tie on the base of that tight.
Okay, very good. As you translate next down to the PMA3, you want to be sure you get the port CETA card and the starboard CETA card, both of those once you clear those brake release taps 2 times, and we need full force to the hard stop on each of those twice to get the brake released.
Copy that. 2 good pushes on the brake release. A gorgeous sunrise. The lightning storm below us? No, unfortunately, not a good view. Okay, Mike, I'm PRT'd in position, ready to throw the lever on J9.
All right, Nick, you have a go for that, and check over center when you're done.
Copy. 2 good pushes on the port CETA cart.
Copy, Drew.
Release. And J9 made it over center.
Okay, we copy over center. Well done. And next thing we'd like, Nick, is to wire tie the green cable down to 1600.
Green cable to 1600. Copy.
And that's, of course, the problematic one that was over the grapple fixture.
Understand.
And by the way, your lightning storm would have been right over Papua New Guinea. You guys are 1 minute to sunrise.
Thanks, Mike. Nice to know where we're at. I appreciate you pointing it out.
And Station Houston for EVA next steps. Given that Nick is right there by the bag, Nick, when you complete that cable securing to 1600, we'll have you go ahead and pick up the large ORU bag. And for Drew, we'll send you down to pick up your green hook once you're done with the CETA carts.
And now the starboard CETA cart, good pushes on the release.
Okay, we copy, and that looks good to us, and you can go hunt down your green hook, Drew.
And the lap strip. And across the lap.
Okay, we copy. And just to stick a fork in the big picture then, you guys have done some really great work. I think we've done all the tasks that we'll have wanted to do today once you get those complete. So after we get the green hook, Drew, you can head back to the airlock. And Nick, once you get that large ORU bag, you can do the same, and we'll be ready to call it a good day.
Sounds like a plan.
Copy that, Mike.
Now almost 6 hours into today's spacewalk, as NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan continue to wrap up their procedures for the day. Once they've finished their tasks, they'll start heading back to the airlock and will then wrap up the spacewalk for the day.
And Station Houston for EVA, we are not in a rush at all. We're very comfortable on our timeline. So, Drew, if you want to take some pictures, if you guys want to pause and do that, you are certainly welcome to do so.
Copy, Mike. I realized I had never got any aft pictures of TMA-3 here.
Okay, we appreciate that, Drew.
Mike, appreciate the offer. I'm more than happy to snap photos, try to share this experience with as many people as we can.
Yeah, we sure appreciate that. You'll be seeing a lot of ocean out there just now.
Again, Hague and Morgan making their way through some final procedures before they make their way back to the Quest airlock. The official end time of today's spacewalk will be marked when repressurization is initiated.
Okay, Mike, I put the hardtide down on 1600 on the starboard aft stanchion, and took a photo to show you clearances from the grapple fixture. To be a solid foot to 18 inches away from everything. It rests just on the just above the pedal.
Okay, we copy that. That sounds great, Nick.
Hey, Mike, I've got my green hook up.
Okay, we copy that with
Translation back.
Okay, and your go to translate back. And Nick, I know you're on your way to the large ORU bag here. Before you grab that, we have something we'd like you to put eyes on. Stand by 1 second.
Sure thing.
And Nick, we're seeing something just above the grapple fixture, about halfway between the grapple fixture and one of the Hemi reflectors there. That'll be reflector Bravo. Seems to be moving zenith towards the Bravo reflector. It's moving very slowly.
Mike, you were broke. You were broke.
Okay, Nick, we're seeing an object, and it's moving very slowly. It looks to us to be about halfway between the grapple fixture and Hemi reflector Bravo. We can't tell whether it's in line, but that would be zenith of your current position.
It may be this wire tie that's on the wire. It's got a tag on it. I don't know if you're seeing that.
Yeah, that's probably that. If you could grab that and tack it down, that'd be great.
Yep, inward.
And just a reminder to watch temperatures and full insulation here.
Okay.
Okay, nice work, Nick. And you go to grab that ORU bag, and you can head on back to the airlock as well.
Copy that. thing bundled up nice, or a little while. Cats creeping out. Even with that ORU cover, or the IDA cover in there, I think it's smaller than when we left the airlock.
Yeah, Drew did work awfully hard on that, so it's good to hear it's compact.
Yeah. I have the ORU bag on my BRT.
Okay, we see a red and jaws closed, and your go to translate back to the airlock.
Copy. On my way back. And heading down to Seaspur.
We copy. And for Drew, once you get down to the airlock, you are go to open the thermal cover, and you're good to ingress.
Copy. And let's see where we are, or Nick and I are crossed over here. Yeah, my fairlead didn't stick. I don't know if you can reach down and just go over the top. Okay, I'm over the top, and I don't need to, that's under. Okay, Nick, I think we're deconflicted. Okay, I'll start moving again then. Hey, Mike, I'm at the airlock.
Okay, great. You have a go to open the thermal cover.
Copy. Thermal cover's open.
As you just saw, the thermal cover is now open.
Okay, we copy that. Once you get on in there, you can expect to receive the large ORU bag from Nick, but you can get in there and get tethered.
Copy. That's the last stress. My safety tether's hung up on something. Yeah. Camera. Wait. I'm going to have to translate back out to the lab. Like this.
We copy.
Nick, any my assistance required? No, it's just hung up on one of it's the lab, it's a light mounted. I don't know what that light does. It's the light that's mounted on the lab. Hung up on it. Copy, then I'm going to continue to ingress then. Yep. Good.
And for Drew,
my right wake tether is attached to the airlock D-ring extender.
Okay, that was what I was asking. Just check gate close and hook lock for us.
And it is gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
Okay, we copy. Thanks.
Okay, I'm coming back for real this time.
We copy, Nick.
Andrew Morgan now already inside of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Hague will follow him shortly and hand him that bag that is tethered to him right now.
And for EV1 and 2, we're about a minute to a handover. And Nick, whenever it works for you, you can pass the ORU bag into Drew.
Okay. I'm almost to the top of the fuse for. Actually, yeah.
We're in a short handover period again between satellites. We'll be regaining communications with the crew here shortly.
Station Houston for EVA, back with you after the handover. Drew, just a heads up, your suit parameters and consumables are looking rock solid, but you actually might get a monitor CO2 message during repress, and that'll be just fine.
Copy. I will expect that.
You may or may not get it.
Okay.
You're living on the edge.
Yeah, I'm on the outside.
And we see you, Nick.
Alrighty. I see you. Okay. No local. We're messing with it.
Hague has now made his way over to the crew lock section of the Quest airlock.
Thermal covers coming back to you. Yep. Is that hook?
And Christina Cook waiting in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock to greet them as they come back into the International Space Station.
Okay, I got the large small in here.
Okay, I'll just release my BRT, Brett.
Okay, I can release it back to you either way.
No, here it goes. Back to you.
Okay, back to me.
Again, Cook now waiting in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. She'll be there to take pictures and greet the spacewalkers as they step back into the International Space Station.
Situated.
Yeah, try to get the bag back to where it was.
Okay.
All right. Hang on 1 second, Nick. It's on around the umbilical.
Yep, no
Okay.
rush. No rush.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to give you
And Station Houston for EVA. Drew, once you get that bag settled, we'll have you go ahead and get on your SCU. You can remove that from the stowage pouch and remove your DCM cover and connect the SCU to the DCM. And Nick will let you work. Nick will let you work the tether configs.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. I have my waist tether ring extender gate close play like black on black. I see yours there as well, S'more.
Copy.
Okay. Mike, if you concur, I'll pull up our anchors.
And we concur. You're good to pull up both safety tether anchors.
Yeah. Your pack's coming back towards you, S'more.
Copy. My SCU is on and locked.
Okay.
Let me make sure that tether pack, your tether pack, or my tether pack is out of your way.
Yep, you got it. I slung it up there towards you. Anchors.
A little tap in the airlock D-ring extender.
Yeah, and it shouldn't make that much of a difference. You want to grab the anchor hook and just
The view you're seeing now coming from Nick Hague's helmet camera.
Got it.
Okay. All right, Mike. Anchors are in.
Okay, we copy and we see you two connected. EV1, you are go for ingress.
Case more. Got the go for ingress. Yeah, I'm going to start coming in if you want to look for my feet. I see them. Okay. And I'm trying to go as far forward as I can in the... Okay. Turn and get the thermal cover. All right.
Some final views from Nick Hague's helmet camera before he goes inside of the crew lock.
It's looking. Yeah. Hitting my place. It's coming. Grab my feet and help me make the turn. I don't know if you can reach him. Okay, make sure you kind of rotate to your left a little bit. Get the thermal cover. Velcro's down. Mike, I can say the cover's closed, Velcro's down. This is a potato chip shape. Maybe try to pop it at all.
Okay, we copy that. And we see you working there with the thermal cover there.
Get lay a little flatter. I'm sure that was an improvement.
And Nick, we think if you were to hold that Velcro tab and push in the center of it, that might relieve the potato chipping.
Didn't work. Better.
And Nick, we're happy with that.
Come my way in.
All right, Nick, with that, you can...
Can you stand up back, straight up, if you read the hatch? Yeah. It'll give me clearance for my feet. Better? Yep. Okay, Mike, sorry we interrupted you.
Nick, when you guys are situated, you can get on your SCU to pull that out of the stowage pouch and connect to your DCM.
Didn't work.
Still getting a view from Nick Hague's helmet camera. You can see at the top of your screen the thermal cover that he just closed.
Setting of 8 to max cold, that'll minimize the time for SCU cooling.
Okay. this. It's on the other side of the ORU bay. There we go. Gonna work on it. Is that gonna work? Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Dropping the workstation. Okay. Okay. SCU is on.
Okay, we copy, and just verify for both SCUs are in lock position.
1 and locked. 2's unlocked.
Okay, we copy that for both, starting with EV1. You can take your water switch to off and expect water is off message.
Inward. Water's off. EV2, water off.
Okay, we copy for both. The clock is going. We're not going to close the hatch until the EMU water off is been in that position for 2 minutes.
Understand. How are you good for hatch closure clearance?
And we're coming up on repressurization now.
Angled like this. If you conflicted, I can raise up. That'll work.
Okay, 2 minutes has elapsed. So, Nick, you can verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware and verify the hatch handle is in position per the hatch decal.
Work. Is in position for decal. Clear.
With that, you are clear to close and lock the EV hatch.
Work. Let me know if you need me to adjust or adjust the bag. Okay. released.
Still a few more steps before that repressurization call is made, but all of these steps are leading us to the end of the spacewalk today. The end time will be measured at the time repressurization has been initiated. And Nick Hague is closing the hatch now, which you can see from his helmet camera.
Latched and locked. The hatch is closed, latched and locked.
And the hatch is officially closed and locked.
All right, we copy. And we are going to the depress, repress cue card on the pre-repress. We just want to verify that both switches, water switches, are still in the off position.
1's an off, 2 is an off.
All right, and for Drew, we'd like you to, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. 2 of those are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 open.
And for both, starting with EV1, switch power, 2 of those to on.
On the UIA, power EV1 on. And a green LED. And then EV2. Green LED.
Okay, we copy for both, and give us a voltage reading.
I got 18.6 on EV1 and 18.6 on EV2.
Okay, that sounds great. For both EV1 and 2, switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
One is an SCU. It's an SCU.
Okay, we copy, and we're ready to hand over to the IV folks. Just want to say on behalf of Alex Kanellakos and his amazing EVA team, and Scott Stover and the Orbit 2 players, and great support by Robo and OSOMech today. Really well done on a challenging EVA. You gave us a brand new docking port for our next generation spacecraft, and we can't wait to use IDA-3. Drew, welcome to the club. You did a brilliant job on your EVA, and we will hand you over to Nana. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thanks, Mike. It was awesome working with you today. It's a special thing we get to do, and it's an honor to be part of such an amazing team.
And you did stellar. Once you're desuited, take the rest of the day off.
Nice.
And welcome back. It's great to see you all in the airlock. Fantastic job today. It was fun following along. For your first actions on your DCMs, take your O2 actuators to press.
In work. One's in press. It's in press.
Copy, you're both in press. Nick, check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Closed.
Copy, and I'm going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to slightly off. I'll be checking in with you guys on the rate, so just let me know how it feels.
Will do. Copy.
Okay, and repress has been initiated. Nick and Drew, how is that rate?
It's good. Good rate.
And Drew and Nick, if that feels good, let me know if I'd be okay doing a little bit higher of a rate.
You can bump it up. Yeah, I'm comfortable with bumping up.
Okay, bumped it up a little bit. Let me know how that feels.
First, good.
And repressurization was initiated at 1:59 p.m. Central Time as the International Space Station was flying 261 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean. That'll end this EVA for a total EVA time of 6 hours and 32 minutes.
And I show airlock pressure 1.1.
1.1.
Point 5. Feeling good. Awesome job out there. You too, you're the man. Past 2.0, 2.1, Nana.
You passing 2.0.
Point 5.
4.0.
Copy 3 PSI, and when we get to 4 PSI, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. .7. Feeling good. Good rate.
Copy, good rate, and if you are ready for a bump up, just let me know.
Let's go, Square Spot.
Yeah, we can go a little faster.
Copy. And that rate increase has been put in.
Thank you. 0.2.
Copy that. And big picture, when we get to 5.0, we'll be pausing the repress for a EV hatch leak test.
Copy. Understand.
And I'm showing.
And recapping some of the events from today, the crew was awakened just after 1 a.m. Central Time, and 2 hours later, they were all suited up to begin a series of leak checks on the suits before beginning their pre-breathe procedures and in-suit light exercise period, where they moved their arms and legs to assist in cleansing any nitrogen out of their bloodstream following those pre-breathe procedures. Haig and Morgan were assisted in the airlock this morning and now by NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency, who helped the spacewalkers prepare to step outside the airlock into the vacuum of space and are now helping prepare them to step back in. Christina Cook closed the hatch at 6:48 a.m. Central Time this morning to begin depressurization, and after depressurization, Nick Haig and Andrew Morgan's suits were placed on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk at 7:27 a.m. Central Time as the International Space Station flew 264 statute miles over the Atlantic Ocean. Following the official start time of the spacewalk today, the crew attached a series of cables between IDA-3 and PMA-3 to provide power and data connections between PMA-3 and the International Docking Adapter itself. Once those cables were routed, Christina Cook, working from a control panel inside the Harmony module, sent commands to close two gangs of hooks, forming a hard mate between IDA-3 and PMA-3 at 9:58 a.m. Central Time this morning. Crews continued to move through procedures to complete final IDA cable routing and outfitting for the IDA before moving on to an install series on the S0 truss tasks before making their way back to the Quest airlock to mark the official end time of the spacewalk today, when repressurization happened moments ago at 1:59 p.m. Central Time.
Period is complete. We're going to be doing a 1-minute leak test.
Copy. Copy.
The spacewalk today marked the 218th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance, and the 5th spacewalk from the station this year. It was the 3rd spacewalk in Nick Hague's career, bringing his total EVA time to 19 hours and 59 minutes after completing the spacewalk today. And Andrew Morgan completed his career first spacewalk today, bringing his total EVA time to 6 hours and 32 minutes, which was the duration of the spacewalk today. And the 218 spacewalks now with an EVA time totaled in 1,367 hours and 26 minutes. After the installation of the International Docking Adapter 3 to Pressurized Mating Adapter 3 today, the International Space Station officially has a new port of call for U.S. commercial crew vehicles that will be launched from American soil.
1 minute period has elapsed. I am showing a delta P of only about 1.
Our coverage of today's spacewalk will wrap up here, but NASA TV will be back on air with live coverage tonight of the uncrewed Russian Soyuz spacecraft set to launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan at 11:38 p.m. Eastern, 10:28 p.m. Central Time, for a test flight to validate the spacecraft's compatibility with a revamped Soyuz booster rocket.
Copy. On your DCMs, take your O2 actuator to IV.
We're not going. An IV. Use an IV.
Copy that. If you guys are ready, we'll restart the repress.
Ready to go. Ready.
Okay, I've got the utilization valve in norm. Tell me how that rate feels.
Feels good so far. Breathing too. That's good because we're in IV. We're just making up the delta right now, so we're stable inside the suit.
Do that. Let me know when you do start to drop how it feels.
Copy. .5 in the airlock.
Again, the spacewalk officially ending today when repressurization was initiated at 1:59 p.m. Central Time.
Hey guys, I dumped the valve up to full norm. So again, once you have the pressure drop, let me know how it feels.
And now we're tracking with the airlock.
Yeah, how's the rate?
8.8.
And you guys good with the rate?
It's good.
EV2's good. 9.5.
Copy.
Again, Cook and Parmitano in the equipment lock section of the airlock, waiting to greet Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan when they step back inside.
It's good rate. That's good.
Copy.
EV2. 1.0.
Repeat your last.
12.5.
Copy, 12.5.
14.0.
Copy 13, and you can expect an alert tone once our DPDP gets closer to 0.
Copy. Point one.
And for the EV crew, I show us complete with the repress cue card. We're moving into the post-EVA. We'll be opening the hatch shortly.
Copy. Copy.
And the hatch is now open.
Since station on 1, as you can see, the hatch is open. We are ready for you to put in step 4.
Copy. Step 4 and work.
Again, the spacewalk today marked the 218th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance, and the 5th spacewalk from the station this year.
Airlock Houston on Space to Ground 1, no response required. We have completed Step 4. EV crew is no longer hot mic'd.
Drew Morgan's safer backpack has now been taken off, as he now sits inside of the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. Nick Hague now being brought through that hatchway with the assistance of Christina Cook and Luca Parmitano. Again, Andrew Morgan on the left completing his career first spacewalk today, bringing his total EVA time to 6 hours and 32 minutes, which was the duration of the spacewalk today. And the spacewalk today was the third spacewalk in Nick Hague's career, bringing his total EVA time to 19 hours and 59 minutes after completing the spacewalk today. Just to recap a major milestone in the spacewalk today, it was the installation of the International Docking Adapter 3 to Pressurized Mating Adapter 3 today. And the International Space Station officially has a new port of call for U.S. commercial crew vehicles that will be launched from American soil. The installation of IDA-3 to PMA-3 today was only one of many, many tasks that the crew went through today during the 6-hour and 32-minute spacewalk. Cook and Parmitano beginning to take the gloves off of the spacewalkers today. Again, the total EVA time today was 6 hours and 32 minutes. And the helmet is coming off of Nick Hague right now with the assistance of Christina Cook. We're in a short transition period between satellites right now, but we should be regaining communications here shortly. And both Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan's helmets have now both been removed.
Airlock Houston on 1 for photo op.
See on 1.
Hey, Christina, you guys are on the big board in the front of the room, and the crew's families are sitting right in front of you guys. If you don't mind giving us about 5 seconds of smiling at the camera, it would make a much better picture than the back of your heads.
These two can't help but smiling. We'd be glad to. Hey, Stacy and Katie.
Both Nick Hague and Andrew Morgan both have family here in Mission Control today. You're getting a view of them in front of the screen, and the spacewalkers are posing behind them.
All right, guys, back to work. Thanks so much for doing that.
Thanks for the shout out, Josh.
With both spacewalkers safely back in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock, that'll wrap up our coverage today for the 218th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly and maintenance. This is Mission Control Houston.